Hello. Welcome. Yes, I'm doing it from the bedroom today. So what? No big deal. Who cares? Woody woody. Hello. Somebody say hi to me. There we go. Snowdrop. Hello. Please elevate the live. Hype it. There is a hype button in there. Oh my God. I have no lip gloss. Sucks. You know we do. Hello, Snowdrop. It's so good to see you. Shake it, shake it, shake a boom, babe. Shake it, shake it, shake a boom, boom. Shake it, shake it, shake a boom, boom. Shake it, shake it, shake a boom, boom. All right. AT2 did a video. It was good. It was on Meghn Kelly. That's not how you spell Meghn. Is that how you spell Meghn? Whoa, whoa, roll your boat.
I honestly hate that so many people are getting Jasmine Crockett wrong. I think there's so...
Oh, AT2, just so you know, I voted for Jasmine Crockett. She's in Texas. I'm sure I voted for her. Can you guys believe that the police grilled him for 11 hours? Andrew, that's a lot of hours. Hello, Maureen. Buttons. Hey, you want my phone?
We're on the Trump train. So one of the...
Want Clucky? Sing it, girl.
Look at this. Look at this. You like that song?
Yeah. Hello, Lisa. Hello, Maureen. 11 hours is a long time. Wonder what all he was asked about. I know, like, what the heck? Okay, I'm going to have to move into a different room. We're noisy.
Oh, look at my eyes.
Come on, Boo Bear. Let's go in the other room. I'm going to have to get out the bed. Out the bed we go, guys. The bed is not working out. Okay? Let me take my meds. Let me take my meds. And then we'll get into it. 11 hours. I want to show you that video that he was on there for 11 hours. She does. She has a beautiful voice. She does. She's going to be a little singer. Daddy wants you. Kara. Daddy wants you. He's in the kitchen. Oh, God, what? Oh, Daddy's got the TV on in here. Where are you going?
I was gonna get dressed and I'm gonna get a roll or something.
You think she'll go in there?
Yeah, I think so. Once I get ready.
Hello. Hi, Pickles. Hello, welcome. Thanks for joining me. All right, I think we're moving rooms. I'm going back in my bed. I was in the bed, guys. I'm in the bedroom. Kara's in the living room with her noisy self. Dad, we're going to go get something to eat.
Absolutely.
You're just getting dressed?
I'm just gonna go get like a roll or something. But I figure we can all go out later.
Hello! I got my lip gloss. Yeah, she does, Maureen. She does. She can sing. Now, I don't know where she gets it from. She must get it from her dad's side because we're no singers on my side of the family. Welcome. Andrew was questioned for 11 hours, guys. That's a long time. A long time. Don't forget to check out my girl, Paula M, when you get a moment. 11 hours. Let's see what they said about the 11 hours. I'm just curious why.
Isn't it absolutely fabulous? Now, everyone calls that Big Ben behind me. I understand that the clock is called Big Ben, but in fact, it's the Elizabeth Tower. But everyone calls it Big Ben, so let's not be too pedantic.
11 hours.
This is a Fox News alert. Matt Finn is on the ground in Tucson. He has breaking details on last night's police operation. Matt.
Hi, Kaylee. So Sheriff Nanos here in Pima County tells me that no one was arrested last night. No one is in custody at this hour in relation to all that law enforcement activity on the ground last night. You know, I would caution that that's the update at this hour. This is obviously a very evolving situation. Law enforcement has already warned that people that they are
And does the king need to look at this? Who better to ask than the man whose book entitled The Rise and Fall of the House of York was the beginning of the end for Andrew. Andrew Lowney. Good morning, Andrew.
Good morning.
It will shock many of my viewers and listeners that Andrew remains in line to the throne.
Yes, I mean, it's very difficult to remove it. You have to get permission, I think, of members of the Commonwealth. I think it's very unlikely that that case will happen. So it seems to me a slight distraction. I think the focus should be on the police now bringing charges against him for sex trafficking and for misconduct in public office. It's very clear that he has committed this crime, I think. They're investigating Mandelson, so why not Andrew? I think that's a much more important focus. And also a parliamentary committee to look at his time as a trade envoy, because he was enabled and protected by a whole host of people, from former heads of UKTI and former foreign secretaries through to his own staff. And I think the other question is, what did the palace know? When did they know it? And what did they do about it? They claim they're cooperating with police, but all the information I'm getting is that they have actually tried to suppress this story.
So are you implying that the palace, the firm themselves, led by King Charles, may be responsible for a cover-up in relation to Andrew's behaviour?
Absolutely. Journalists who raised the story over the years were the stories were denied. Then they would have legal action. Then there were strong-arm tactics, refusing to give access to the royal family for interviews. I know scores of people who complained and were sent away with a flea in their ear. And so I think, that's, if they want to cooperate, then I think they have to make that very clear. I mean, I've seen, for example, one of the policemen at Northgate, Paul Page, has had letters reminding him of his obligations of confidentiality. Well, it's these people who could actually produce the evidence to show whether, for example, Andrew came back to Buckingham Palace the night that Giuffre claimed to have seen him or not. But I think there's a big case here. Ambassadors clearly were allowing Andrew to operate on his own behalf on these trade trips with Jeffrey Epstein, David Rowland, etc. And I think they need to be held to account. I mean, this is a huge, huge cover-up, and it's only going to get bigger.
And if this cover-up had happened within the palace, would that have been on the watch of King Charles or the late Queen Elizabeth II, or both?
Both. And I think, there are big questions about actually who contributed to the hush money for Virginia Giuffre. The king has denied it. My information and that from other newspapers is that, in fact, he contributed. So this is all part of trying to shut this story down.
Is it also your view, therefore, by definition, if you allege there was a cover-up on the part of the palace, that they knew what Andrew was like and what he was up to?
Absolutely. And I mean, they've known for years. I mean, he has been a problem since he was a child.
Well, did they know for years that he was a little bit libidinous man that enjoyed the...
said he's a playboy. That's not a problem, child.
Yeah.
Someone that was out there messing around on his wife.
Well, that's probably not good.
No, not good.
company of women, because that might be a reasonable defense that he was the aforementioned Randy Andy. Are you suggesting that what they knew went beyond the fact that he was a playboy?
Oh, yes.
Put a 1 in the chat if you know that Prince Andrew is a playboy. He used his royal status to get women, you think? Or he didn't have to do it. They were just coming after him, flocking to him because he was a prince. Oh, Marine said he was a playboy. The playboy. Shame on you, Andrew.
I mean, I've got stories of him being allowed by a house mistress at Gordonston after he left to go and sit on the beds of the young girls there.
That is an extraordinary revelation, that he was allowed to indulge in inappropriate behavior where he would enter a girls' dormitory and sit on a girl's bed.
Yep.
And his mother, the Queen, will have known about that.
Well, I would have thought so. I mean, you know, I would have thought it was known by the authorities at Gordonston.
And what does that anecdote tell us about Andrew's nature?
Well, I think it confirms some of the concerns people have had. I mean, some of these girls that have been trafficked have been a lot younger than 16. And certainly I've got information which I wasn't able to put in the book for legal reasons of young girls being presented to Andrew. So this isn't a story of Virginia Giuffre being 18. As I say, this story can only get bigger as more details emerge.
So you're implying that notwithstanding allegations of sex trafficking, intimate relations with women on royal property, including potentially Buckingham Palace, but you couldn't rule out, Andrew, given your lengthy research into Andrew and his life, that he had relations with legal minors.
That's certainly the information I've been gathering, yes.
And that would clearly be a criminal offence.
Yes, I think there are several charges. I mean, we even had the Misconduct Public Office telling his protection officer to try and find out information about Virginia Giuffre. I mean, I presented a lot of this information in my book. A lot of what's coming out now isn't new, it's there. But nothing was done. That was August. These stories have been appearing in the press for years about his abuse of his position as a trade envoy, and yet nothing was done. One has to ask why.
One has to ask why. Now, it's very clear that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor denies all of the allegations. If, however, your concerns are validated, Andrew, we could have a scenario where the king's younger brother is prosecuted for being a paedophile.
Well, I think, we can collect the evidence. I mean, it's certainly the information I've been gathering, and I've done this now for 5 or 6 years. And I've been gratified to see that a lot of things I said in August and was vilified for have proved to be true.
What chance of justice being served if there are victims out there who have been suffered at the hands of Andrew? What are the implications for the monarchy and its survival if Andrew is prosecuted and jailed for these crimes?
Well, I think as long as they address it, as long as they feel that he's not above the law, I think then trust in the institution can be restored. But if there's a sense that there's a cover-up and that they've been complicit in criminal behavior, then I think they're in difficulties.
Well, that's absolutely right. And by the way, are you...
And I tend to think that the royal family did not know, and I don't think that they tried to cover it up. I think that I just don't think so, and a lot of people don't agree with me, and that's okay. We're going to agree to disagree, because I really don't think that King Charles should be scrutinized for his brother's behavior. I heard Andrew was such a little poop since he was a child. That's what they're trying to say, like he was the problem child. That one member of the staff punched him in the face. He offered his resignation, but the Queen said he must have deserved it. Wow. Interesting stuff.
Convinced by the country's chief prosecutor that no one is above the law, including Andrew. Does he mean it, or is that just warm words?
Well, I hope he means it. Lots and lots of people are beginning to call for an investigation and for the Met Police to press charges. We haven't heard anything from Mark Rowley, the Commissioner of Police. I hope that they're taking their time because they want to get their ducks in a row. But I'm a little worried that this has been kicked into the grass as it has for the last 5 or 6 years.
Will King Charles ever speak to his brother again?
I don't know. I don't know what they do, but I do think King Charles needs to be very clear that he will cooperate, allow.
Will he ever speak to his brother again? Would you ever speak to your sibling again if you knew he did some stuff like Andrew? Would you cast him out? Would you make him be more accountable for his behavior? Mark wants to know, is he even going to speak to his brother again? Will they even have a conversation? They have to. He takes care of his brother. His brother doesn't have any money. His brother doesn't have any. His brother's in trouble. Hello, Lee. It's good to see you.
His staff to give statements to the police and provide all the internal correspondence, all the complaints that were made about Andrew, all the material the police need to mount a proper investigation.
If Andrew is not prosecuted, but further evidence of a royal cover-up at the palace emerge, what is the threat to the monarchy under those circumstances?
Well, I think it's very serious. I think then people will be calling for a clean sweep. I don't think William is in any way implicated in this scandal. And I think there'll be growing calls for the king to step down.
This is remarkable. So notwithstanding whether Andrew is jailed for any alleged crimes or prosecuted, there's enough there by way of an alleged cover-up to which you believe there is evidence that the king falls, that he must abdicate early in that scenario, and William becomes king.
Hi, demon dictator.
I think there's been a perversion of the court of justice by the palace. Yes.
My goodness. And therefore, with the king at the head of that, he would be responsible. Under those circumstances, he would have to go, Andrew.
Well, I think, there is mounting public anger. I mean, he earned some respect when he was seemed to behave much more ruthlessly towards his brother, and he seems to pull back from that. This is a huge crisis. I mean, far bigger than the abdication, which I've written about. And yet the palace don't seem to understand that.
I do believe that the palace is understanding the situation with Andrew, that this is a serious situation, that his brother could go to jail for life. That's word on the curb. Lee wants to tell us, I read that Andrew was saying to the police, you can't do this to me. I am the queen's son. He thinks the queen can protect him through the grave. Interestingly, that he thinks he's above the law. Well, the way he was looking in the car when they picked him up, it led me to believe that he was shocked that they would even, it's getting hot in here. It was shocked to believe that the way he was looking. All right, need to turn off the little space heater. Space heater, space heater. I don't think the brothers were really that close. They're not like us where they grew up in a small house tripping over each other, okay? That's a good point, Maureen. Andrew and Fergie were a terrible couple, greedy and entitled. Interesting. Michelle says, hello, Layla Tisha. And hola, adus. We'll go back to the beginnings. Use Vaseline. Hello, Debbie. I think the photo was after his interview and they were taking him home. Really? Interesting.
They seem to think they can work in the same old ways of just hoping the problem will pass, but it's not going to.
And what about the deal between the King and Andrew to accommodate the former Duke of York, Andrew, free of charge on the Sandringham estate for the rest of his life? You spoke to me on this program just 2 weeks ago, and you said that wasn't tenable. Is it even less tenable now?
Yes, I mean, I think that Andrew needs to be investigated and bailed very quickly because I think he's a flight risk. I think there's a very good chance he's going to disappear to the Middle East, to somewhere where there isn't an extradition treaty, and rather like the King Juan Carlos of Spain, spend his days in a sunny clime for shady people.
You think it's possible that Andrew may flee the country?
Yes, I think that's a very strong possibility if he feels charges are about to be pressed.
Oh my God, do you think he would flee the country? The king's brother would flee the country trying to avoid scrutiny by the police? Yeah, I knew what you meant, sweetheart. I knew what you meant, Lee. What do you guys think? He's trying to leave the country? I don't think so.
Yes, the last thing the royal family want is a trial with all their dirty linen aired in public.
You just got back.
You must feel very vindicated that you wrote that book last year. Well, of course, it was several years in the making, wasn't it, Andrew? Entitled The Rise and Fall of the House of York. You must feel vindicated. It's been a great talking point, your book, but it's been the beginning of the end for Andrew and may prove to be an significant historic document.
Look at this. Look at this idiot on a horse. One day he's on a horse. Next thing you know, he's in a police car going to the police station being arrested. There may be even more terrible things that will be coming out. There could be. Andrew, you're in some trouble, buddy. Look at him on this horse. Get off the horse, Andrew, and get yourself in that house and get somewhere and sit down.
Well, I mean, it's always, one writes books hoping one can affect some sort of change, shift the dial, I call it. I've certainly loosened the earth, and I think it emboldened others to perhaps investigate this. I mean, clearly the Epstein leaks have really helped. But yes, it is gratifying to see that my research has been confirmed by the new releases, because a lot of people didn't believe it and tried to dismiss me as a gossip monger and not as a serious person. But yes, there has been, I would say, corruption at the center of the royal family. And I think for the sake of the institution, it needs to be rooted out.
And worth noting that you were essentially, you had pressure from lawyers acting on behalf of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and Sarah Ferguson, making it more difficult for you to write that book. Did you have any pushback from any figures within the actual Buckingham Palace setup and the firm in the writing of your book?
Not that I'm aware of, but I mean, we were very careful. I mean, it was a lot of material was taken out for legal reasons. I had a lot of material, for example, on Mandelson, that whole story, the Islamic Bank with Epstein and Andrew. So we were very careful, but I will be adding this material now to future editions.
A future edition, which I know is coming out later in this year, which will likely be even more devastating. Andrew, always the deepest privilege to have you.
I agree with you, Lisa. I don't think he would attempt to leave the country. He wouldn't get very far. And Lee says, I heard there may be some buried people too on Epstein's property. Whoa, that would be some crazy stuff. I'm sure I heard that too, Lee, through the curb, word on the curb. I'm sure they have a close eye on him. Yes, they do. And if they think he's a flight risk, nobody believes you because you get simple, probable facts wrong. Loney. What's his name? Loney? Yeah, I think he doesn't like the royal family, and that's the reason why he's going after them. Snowdrop. Daisy, I thought he could be up like Epstein. Yep, could. Yep. Hit the like button, guys. Hit the like button. 31 people in here. There should be 31 likes. I hate to know that Hat's coming next. I know what's coming next. As part of this ball, he would have been told not to travel, I'm sure. I wonder what Harry and Meghan are thinking. Me too, Lee. What do you guys think about Harry and Meghan? Thinking about Andrew's situation. Do you think they're afraid? They're scared? Like, oopsie daisy, my titles could be taken since Andrew's was taken. They slimmed down the monarchy. They don't want us to be using our names. The Duchess of Sussex. Lee, I wonder what Harry and Meghan are thinking of this, Lady Letitia. Were they friends of Epstein? See, I don't know, Lee. I don't really know for sure. See, and Paula seems to have this whole theory on the yacht girl, Epstein Island. Meghan was a part of it and all that. But I'm having a hard time with that. I need some more proof. I don't think they're scared. I think Meghan thinks she can take on William. I really do. I think she could think that she would fight William if he looks like he wants to take her titles. Snowdrop said they were on the list. Harry and Meghan. How come they haven't commented? Because they don't want to be implicated in it. They don't really know what to say. They're trying to pretend like it's not happening. I just wonder too, Lee. Those are some good questions. Harry and Meghan are watching as it will be them next. Hi, little one.
I eat some butter. I eat some butter.
You do? You made some butter? Is that butter? It is butter. Can you go make me a hamburger?
Is it real kitchen?
Not in the real kitchen, your kitchen.
What?
Yep. Yep.
That's yours.
That's mine. Are you going to make me a hamburger? Please? Or make me a pizza. Okay. So she made me something. She said this was butter. How does she know that's butter? Does that look like butter to you guys? Anyway. Paula is obsessed with it. Were they on the list? That's what Snowdrop said. Salute, Cyrus. So good to see you. Like when you join us. Paula is obsessed with it. She has done 4 videos on the same subject. She is so boring now. Uh-oh. Here's your butter. You gonna sing me a song?
Good day. We are being awesome day. Good day. Whoa. The time, honey, I could be my best, the deals and the mails, A good day. I ride to school, good day. I do my best today. I go to school that day.
She got her guitar.
My parents did accident because they're okay. Because he took me to school. There's no embarrassed stories because he's a boss. Because my parents is funny. Because they stick every day. They went away. My dad actually take it to a dog. That he's somewhere beside him. You will be a fast. Oh, baby.
Very lovely, very lovely. Take a bow. Yes, and they are next. Woo-hoo-hoo.
Let's go.
Yeah, I can't watch it. I need proof. I need more proof, you know. Prince William and Prince Catherine arrived at the BAFT as today. They both looked wonderful. We need to take a look at that. Can you imagine what would come out about H&M and all the allegations covers up? Wouldn't that be something? Yes, highly sensitive. Do you think they are involved with Epstein? I don't know. That's what.
Mom!
Yeah.
Look.
Yes. Why are you yelling? I'm right here. Ooh.
Mommy, look.
Does it need batteries?
No, that mommy did it.
Turn it on. A, B, C. 1, 2, 3. A, B, C. Hello, Babette. Hello, BS 6638. I forgot what name you wanted me to call you. Just put it back in the comment section. I love your profile photo, the Demon Dictator. Oh, thank you, Letitia. Thank you. Hello, LL.
What's going on my guitar?
I don't know. I think it needs new batteries. Can you imagine? Oh, you're going to take my computer? Here. Here. There you go.
My guitar's not working at all.
Okay, turn it off then. Okay, don't do that. Look, you're messing it up. Peekaboo. Ooh, that's warm. See how warm it is? Intermission. Tell him intermission, Kira. Okay, somebody has a question for you. Layla Letitia, can you ask a little bit to make me a ham and pineapple pizza?
Mommy,
hey, sweetie, can you make Marine a pineapple pizza?
what?
You know how to make it?
What?
Here, I'll go with you. Come on.
Okay.
Stop that. Here, let's get up. Can you make a pineapple pizza for Mama? Is that a no? Come on, get up. I'm getting up. I'm moving. Ow! Okay, come on, let's go. Get your butter. Okay, we're moving rooms, guys. Invasion of the little bit. Daddy went to go get a pastry somewhere. I'm not hungry. As a matter of fact, my stomach is a little wheezy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, guys. Hold on. I got my lip gloss. Yes. Ooh, that's one way of getting Mama out the bed. Hey, Kara, you gonna make me a pineapple pizza? Okay, go make me a pineapple pizza. Please. She's a mess. She is very talented. Is that the courtyard? It's speaking English. How do you know it's speaking English? How do you know it's speaking English, Kara? Hold on. Oh, that's Spanish. Is that Spanish? And that's French. There's a lot of. know Spanish? I love the camper. Are you going in there? It's adorable. Just like you. Adorable. Sorry about that, guys. Hang in there with me. Cyrus! What's up? Highly Sensitive says, can you imagine all the stuff that could come out of H&M? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, you know? Woohoo! Sing a little bit. Sing that song, girl. She likes to sing. She had her guitar and was singing it. Look at Daisy. Lee, it was Lista Saw and X Night together, but they're excellent song, little bit. Oh, Harvey from TMZ is apparently on the list too. Well, not only is he on the list, but why does he keep getting these these ransom notes from Nancy's, Guthrie's, whoever's trying to get money from them? Like, why? I'm like, AT2, what the heck? Meghn posted more revolting mixtures of her on her Instagram. We will check that out, Snowdrop. Thanks for letting me know. Let's look at the beautiful photos of Catherine and William. We're definitely going to do that. Can I have a burger too, little bit? Snowdrop wants a burger. How do you want your burger, Snowdrop? Terry. Layla Tisha, can you ask Little Bit to make me a ham and pineapple pizza? She ain't made it yet, Marine. I also heard if there's a book or doc on Andrew, Meghn, and Harry, it take parts can get 1 million. What? Wow, interesting, Highly Sensitive. Yes, baby doll. I'm gonna have to try that. Hello, Christine. I've never had pizza with pineapple on it. Please like the video, hype the video, guys. If you hype the video, I get out there more. There's a button on there that says hype. You want me to put it on Daddy wants to go get you something to eat. He'll be right back. He wants to go get a pastry. Something sweet so you can eat. A pancake. It looks like Mira. It looks like it's rolled up in like a little croissant, little thingy. It's really good. Do you want to try it?
Mommy, you try my hand,
Okay, wait till Daddy gets back.
you count now?
I'm online, Kara.
Can you count for me?
1, 2. Don't go high, because then I can't find you. Wait till Daddy get back, and then you hide from Daddy. Okay? Just wait for Daddy to get back.
You count slow. You said 1, 2, okay? You can count to 10, okay? You can count to 10, Mommy.
Okay. 1, 2,
Mommy!
3.
Mommy, do slowly.
Where are you going? 2, 3, 4. Uh-oh, I don't know where Kara is. Hey guys, do you know where Kara went? Let me ask my friends. Kara's hiding from me. I gotta go find her. Kara. Yeah, why send it to TMZ? He looked shocked because some offenders told him that they are waiting for them. That's a code, a conduct about a pedo. Yeah, Michelle. Where's Kara? I didn't cheat. I didn't cheat. I found you. I didn't cheat.
You did cheat.
Oh, you can only hide once?
Mommy, did you cheat?
Oh, okay. Look for that, guys. Look for that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I did not cheat, little bit.
You haven't cheated.
Uh-oh. Lee said you were hiding behind the sofa. Let me go look and see where Kara is. Is she behind the sofa? Kara. Where is Kara? Okay, go hide again. I'm going to count to 10. 1.
Mommy, can you help me? I just need to get out.
You can't get out?
No.
That was a good hiding space.
Come on, can you tell me again?
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Haha. She said I cheated. She said I cheated. She said, Mom, you're cheating. 6, 7, 8, 9. Ready or not, here I come. Where is Kara? Where is Kara? Where is Kara?
On the program, Andrew Lowney, author of entitled The Rise and Fall of the House of York. This is extraordinary stuff, isn't it?
It is
That Andrew
extraordinary.
Mountbatten,
This is some extraordinary stuff that's going down, guys. Look, her family speaks out.
Let's get back to the studio here in Westminster now for some analysis. I'm delighted to be joined by the royal commentator and historian Rafe Hadel-Manku. Rafe, a dark day for royalists, monarchists such as yourself. The former Prince Andrew, often described as Queen Elizabeth, Her Majesty's favourite son, now a full...
Was Andrew her favorite son? Where's Kara? Where is Kara? Rocky, where's Kara? I'm going to go look behind the couch. Oh, she's not behind the door. Oh, she's good at this. I don't see Kara. Let me go check in the living room. Bodies might have been on Epstein's NM Ranch that was recently demolished by new owners after it was to be investigated. New owners is a he's an acquaintance with Trump. That's what Michelle said. Check out Michelle's post. If I put a star next to someone's post, read it. Okay? Some good information. A little bit is hiding behind the curtains. Are you behind the curtains, Kira? Are you behind the curtains? Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Where is Kara? Where is Kara? What is this right here? Is this a bus? Oh. Kara. You're not behind the curtains. I don't see you behind the curtains. You might be on your bus. Is it the bus? Are you by your bus? I'm getting hotter. Rubbish. They saw Andrew. They saw Edward. Then they saw Andrew flip-flop. She spent more time with Edward than his family. Oh, so Edward was the golden child. Yes, Andrew was the queen's favorite son. Oh, Andrew was the favorite. Okay. He looks like his mother. Do he? I cheated a dude. My daughter said I cheated. But I think I'm getting hotter. I think she's in this pink bus. Let's see. Uh-oh. I found you. I did not cheat. I did not cheat, Kara. I didn't see. Okay, let me count again. I'll count again. I can't see you, but I thought I heard you move. Okay, I'll count again. Let's count. I won't cheat anymore then. I didn't cheat, but I won't cheat. I was sleeping inside and then you wake me up. I woke you up? Yeah. So sorry. Do it again. Don't find me. Okay, I'll count again. 1. Nobody pays them any attention. It's over. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9.5, 10. Here I come, ready or not. Uh-oh. I heard something. The media said Andrew. Debbie Campbell says the media said Andrew was her favorite, just like Harry is supposedly her favorite grandson. I call media BS. Okay, nobody's favorite. I agree with. I can see that, Debbie.
Fallen, shamed, comment.
I know
What are your thoughts on this astonishing fall from grace? Well, it's a remarkable moment in British history and royal history. You know, it's the first time since 1647 that a royal has been held in custody. That was when King Charles I lost the English Civil War and was seized by Parliament. So not since then have we seen this. And now we have a person born as a prince of the blood royal at this very moment, either in a police interview room or in a police cell with nothing grander than a lavatory and a chair in that room. It's quite remarkable. But it's also, of course, a testament to actually how far we've come, that now we are in a position in this country where we can actually try people without fear or favour. And we've seen the monarchy adapt. The monarchy has understood that the traditional mantra of never complain, never explain, simply isn't fit for purpose in the modern age. And so we've had the king now in 2 statements, today and previously, saying that his brother is Mr. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. And the use of the term Mr. in the penultimate statement was to show that he is a private citizen who must be able to be treated without fear or favour. But as you say, undeniably, this is going to be damaging to the monarchy. But it's difficult to see what else His Majesty could have done. He has stripped his brother of all honorific appointments, of all titles. He's been banished into Wood Farm in Sandringham. And just think, a few weeks ago, Andrew probably thought he had been over the worst and that he would spend the rest of his time now fading from public gaze, away at Wood Farm, out of scrutiny, and instead he finds himself in the hottest water he's ever been in.
He's in the hottest water he's ever been in. Andrew's in some trouble, guys. This isn't just, business as usual. This is some real deal, meal deal, trouble stuff going on with Andrew, and we're reporting on it. We're going to move on to Nancy Guthrie as well. AT2 has a clip on that about who it could be. You know, we're going to watch that. I do want to hear from the victims speak out after Andrew has been arrested. So let's see what the victims have to say about Andrew being arrested. Hold on, guys. There we go. Mr. Mounadoo, formerly known as Prince Ado. Yep, today all I have on is gloss. No makeup. This is what you call bear. The bear of me. Okay.
The internet without a VPN, a virtual private network, is a bit like taking your IP address and helps keep your data. Private internet access helps. Private internet access is available for months off PIA. That's under fee, and you'll get an extra 4 months completely free on top.
The difference between the Mandelson raid and this is significant because we've seen the modus operandi are the same. Multiple police vehicles, multiple police officers. Of course, they'll be combing through evidence, anything, electronic devices, paperwork. That is standard, but it's significant that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor found himself arrested, whereas Peter Mandelson did not. We know they have 24 hours minimum. That gives us until 8 a.m.-ish tomorrow. Rafe Hadelmanku, they could extend that up to 96 hours, which would take us all the way through the weekend. Are you expecting that to happen? Or are you expecting Andrew Mountbatten Windsor to be released?
Yeah, we're not expecting him to even stay there for the full 24 hours. At some point within the 24-hour period, he is expected to be released on bail. That's standard practice. It's also standard practice not to arrest somebody. It's a standard practice in this situation to actually invite them in for questioning.
Yes.
So it's quite something
It is.
that he has been arrested and arrested on his birthday. We don't know whether, of course, this is the police trying to do what we often see in America of what's called the perp walk to try to bring maximum effect here, and why the decision now, of course, is because either it's evidence that's already in the public domain from the Epstein files, or it's stuff that we haven't actually seen yet in the Epstein files that they've had access to, or it could be because the king has said.
Oh, that is so cool. You just got back from church. Bless your soul. That's where we need to go. I want to teach my daughter to go to church and worship the Lord and stuff. I want her to be grounded in that. And they got like a little class for her. So me and my husband just needs to get back into our routine of going to church. Oh, thank you, Cece. Look at there. I'm always getting a prayer. See, that's all right.
That the palace is willing to work with authorities on this. Perhaps the police have even been to the palace and had discussions, and on the basis of that information, felt able to actually make this decision.
Live pictures there now, Rafe, from Sandringham. Of course, that's the estate gate there where the police vehicles have been going in or out. Rafe, I think it's worth pausing for thought about the state of the royal family. The Republicans, of course, the lefties, of course, will be licking their lips.
The state of the royal family, their reputation, will they be able to withstand the scrutiny, the onslaught of bad press? Like this is the worst crisis I could say that this family has ever encountered and ever will encounter. This isn't your regular crisis. This is someone being accused of trading and also SAing. He's not being accused of nothing just yet. Don't let me get me to lie. But what I'm saying is they did pick him up and ask him several different questions about what was going on. Yes, I do. He looked like he was spooked. When you see him come from the police station, he looks like he just saw a ghost. Do you think he's a flight risk? Do you honestly think that Andrew would get on a plane and hit the road? But like you guys said, I'm sure they told him to stay put because we will be back. I used to go to Sunday school at the church. See? That's what we're going to start doing, going to Sunday school. Little bit. Yes. Because my mom did that. I went to Sunday school. I went to church. I was in the choir. I was an usher. I did all kinds of stuff in the church. I just remember that as a child. And I had that. I was grounded in that. And you want that for your kids. So we're definitely gonna get that going. It's good to hear you interested in church. It keeps me grounded. Yes, it keeps you grounded. It does. When I ask God for something, knowing I haven't given him any of my time, I do feel guilty. And I know that's the Holy Spirit just letting me know that you need to give the Lord more of your time. Yeah, I do. He's been so good to me. Hey, Carl, what's up? You're welcome to come up. I'll drop the link. Yeah, somebody come up and chit chat with me. I want to know your thoughts on this situation. And not that I'm not getting them, but thank you guys for joining me on this journey of finding out where Nancy is. And let me even put in the title. Andrew. Because Andrew's in some serious trouble. If he doesn't know that by now, he needs to get a clue. A cluey to do. He looks spooky to dude. Spooky a dude. You can play anything, hon. He knows your love for him. I can see it in your aura and talks every day. Oh, thank you. Oh, I do. I love the Lord. I would be lost without him, completely, totally, just a nothing, a nobody. He's the reason for the season, okay? He's the reason for everything. Yeah, don't get me started, because I have a testimony. He'll pull you out and pull you somewhere else and put you, and sometimes you don't even know why you're going through certain things, but God knows why you're going through it. So you trust this road that he puts you on. You got to trust it. There's a lesson in it. So you got to get something out of the pain, and not even just the pain, just out of the situation. Anyway, I went to Sunday school too. I was baptized, received communion, confirmation, and got married in the same church where I grew up. That's beautiful, Lisa. I like your story. That's beautiful. I got baptized, and I forgot to hold my breath. They didn't tell me to hold my breath. I didn't know. Like, I just didn't. And they saw bubbles coming up for me, and I was coughing. So I'll never forget my baptism. I was choking. Who was that demon dictator? No, I didn't. They had a discussion. Let me know if you got the link.
What they would see as the beginnings of the downfall of the British monarchy. But Rafe, the king.
Could this be the downfall of the British monarchy? People are asking that question. Could this be the end of the monarchy? The way Charles is going around about his day, it's not likely. I don't see it being the downfall. If Meghan and Harry didn't take it down, why would Andrew? Yes, I heard that too, Maureen. We're going to get to that he's arrogant. Oh, he's mad because we're judging him. Oh, you shouldn't have been over there hanging out with that.
King did sever those ties? The damage limitation was in place early. Do you think the king did all he could have done? Will this go wider than Andrew Mountbatten, Windsor? Will the whole royal family be tainted by this, or will they live on as they always seem to do?
No, the polling shows there hasn't been a huge plummet in support for the monarchy. Yes, of course, this has not been ideal. If the Andrew situation hadn't arisen, the monarchy standing would, of course, be finer. But I think, of course, people understand the king has done lifetime. He finally become.
Yeah, I feel sorry for the king that he has to deal with this, deal with his brother's discretion in doing what he did. Like, I feel sorry for the king. Hello, Demon Dictator. How are you? I feel like I've taken some caffeine.
You've had a load of caffeine.
Something.
I was just about to make some green tea, and then I realised I don't have any. I was like, oh, that's a bit of a pain, but there you go.
That sucks. You were saying Lauren and somebody had
yeah, so do you remember, like, it kind of, I've been saying it, a couple of people are saying it, so I'm trying to get my phone up so I can see the comments as well, where a lot of people are trying to be sensationalized. A lot of journalists and a lot of people, for sure, they're reporting on things, and people are allowed to have their own opinions, for sure.
Right.
But there's a lot of, it's what I was saying about Dan Wootton here. I found him to be very sensationalist, and
yes,
a lot of people are just saying things without really understanding the situation.
Yes.
Now, see, Maureen was on the side of Lauren, and I'm on the side of Tom, because they were on the show. We can put them up. It's Lauren the Insider if you want to put her up. But she was talking about, they were talking about the situation, and then she started talking about Meghan Markle and the yachting, and they put all these pictures. And he said, well, I don't know anything about that, and the pictures can be doctored. And he was more like, let's talk about things that can be proven. Let's not talk about things that are not proven. Let's talk about things that are more proven. And there's more important things about Andrew than Meghan Markle. At this moment in time, Meghan Markle is completely irrelevant, and I agree. And then she started talking about, there was a report that a child had been, something beginning with T on the kitchen table at Frogmore Cottage or Frogmore House. And Tom was like, what are you talking about? And so they brought it up. And again, he just sort of had a go at it. And he's like, you're talking about things that are not proven and without foundation. And he goes, let's talk about things that we can prove. If in the future these things come to light, then we'll talk about them. He says, but you're sort of wasting time talking about things that are not proven and that's sort of irrelevant. And I agreed with him. I was on his side completely. And a lot of people, and I like Lauren. I'm not saying anything bad about her, but she's turning out to be a little bit like Dan Wootton, where they're very sensationalist. But when you actually sit and listen to what they're saying and the evidence they're providing, it's not really that much,
It's not.
Yeah,
very
that's why I've said it on here, and I said it on Heather's channel. Like, sometimes you just got to check the facts yourself and make sure that you understand it yourself,
right?
Rather than just taking the words of these people, because a lot of them they're doing it for clicks and views, where sometimes they're not quite giving you the whole story.
Exactly. And their assumptions could be wrong. So you got to go with your own gut. And then I like to hear it more than once too. Like but this is the thing. You hear Dan Wootton almost wanting them to abdicate.
Yes. And I'm just like, why should he abdicate? It's no one can be responsible for the behavior of another person.
Yeah.
The king can't be held responsible for Andrew's behavior. Only Andrew can be held responsible for his behavior, because he made those decisions. He did those things. The king can't be held responsible. Now, if in the future evidence comes out that the king wasn't involved, there's reports that say he gave Andrew. The reports that say he gave Andrew the whole money to pay off Virginia. There were reports that the Queen and Prince Philip gave him the money, and King Charles had nothing to do with it. Right. Nobody knows. Nobody knows, really.
There's no concrete, hard facts.
No,
that's
exactly.
Showing that the king knew or was a part of or did anything malicious.
Yes, to help with it. If in the future it comes out that he did, then sure, King Charles should pay and he should take responsibility for his behaviour and his part of it. But until that is proven and put in front of you, I don't understand why people are coming after King Charles for it. It's just, give the poor guy a break. He's got cancer, for God's sake.
Exactly. That is so true. Why? Yes.
Yeah, I follow Dan too. I watch Dan Wootton, but I take it with a pinch of salt. But I still watch it. I still watch it because I like watching Lady C. I like watching Lauren. I like watching all the people on there, but I take it with a very large pinch of salt. Dan Wootton and Lauren, I like her too, but she's getting a little bit like him, where sometimes you gotta, if you listen closely, she's not really saying that much.
Right.
Yeah. But nonetheless, I like them. Don't you know? I do like them. It's Lauren the Insider and Tom Sykes. If you want to play it got a little bit you got a little bit annoyed with her.
Oh, her video.
Yeah, it's up to you. You can play what you want, but if you want to have a look at it, you can. But I was kind of on his side, really.
Okay, we may pop over there. Debbie said she spent too much time with Sean and Dan. Is Sean like that too, Debbie?
No, I like Sean. I think he's amazing.
Oh, Dan, but he just sensationalized everything. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, Kamari believes that Lady C may need to just go and retire off of this whole situation.
I love her. Oh, she's vicious. I just watch her because she's vicious. Again, I just take it with a pinch of salt, but she's vicious. And I think when she rips Meghan Markle to pieces, and it's hilarious.
Yeah, I do like that when she does that. It's really good. She calls it like she sees it.
Yeah.
And then suddenly you have to deal with your estranged son and his wife, and then you have to deal with your brother in the situation whilst struggling with cancer.
It's worth pointing out.
Your son and his wife, look, you got to deal with them. He did say that just now. He said you're going to deal with your son and his wife, and now you're dealing with your brother with cancer. But I think he's handling it well. I really, really do. And he doesn't need to come out with a TV show talking about what's going on with his brother. He said what he had to say, and then he said, there's nothing further for me to say. It isn't. Hello, Lisa. Hello. Welcome. What do you think, Demon Dictator? Like, he's already said what he was going to say.
He released a statement again. The biggest thing that people are not understanding is it was originally a police investigation. I think the police investigation has been going on for a lot longer than people realize. I think once that news night, when he was on the news night, which was a disaster, I think that was
the beginning.
The beginning. I mean, I think Epstein and the man on the island, I can't say his name. I think that's been going on for a lot longer in different ways. That's been going on for a lot longer, that investigation, but certainly Andrew's been investigated a lot longer than what we realize. And when there is an investigation, a police investigation, you can't say anything, the king can't say anything. And then people are like, he should make a public statement, he should do this, he should do that. And then bang, the next thing you know, Andrew's been arrested and it's carnage. And you're going, now it's a criminal investigation. And the king's like, I can't say anything at all. He did release a statement. They were cooperating with the police. That's all he can do.
Yeah, that's all he knows.
Again, it's like everyone needs to
We know he
just
probably
calm.
know more now.
Yeah, everyone needs to just kind of just calm down a little bit. With the king's got to do this, and I can't remember who I was
Let
watching.
the king rule. Let him do his job. Let him be the king.
But
yeah, I agree.
I can't remember who it was. I think it was Dan Wootton, maybe. It was. I was doing my cleaning today, so I was watching a lot of things. So my cleaning day Sunday, so I was listening to it all, and I think Dan was like, "Oh, not even the king knew that the police were coming. He wasn't given the heads up." And I'm like, "Well, why should he be given the heads up? Nobody's going to know if they're going to come and arrest somebody. Nobody's going to know that they're coming after them." And I'm just like, "Hey,
is Lady C taking up for Andrew?"
Really?
That's what Maureen said. She doesn't like how she's almost defending Andrew. Like, give us.
I haven't seen that.
Okay,
I haven't seen that.
I haven't seen that, Maureen. Give us an example. Okay, sorry about that, Demon Dictator.
No, it's okay. No, it's like Dan. I think it was Dan when he goes, "Oh, not even the king was told. He wasn't even given a heads up." And I'm just like, "What? Why would someone tell the king, the police? Oh, by the way, Your Majesty, we're going to come and arrest your brother tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning."
Just so you know.
Of course, he's not going to know.
Right.
Anyway, there's my rant for the day.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
People are just not being realistic in these situations.
Realistic. Yes, sweetheart.
That I believe you told me the only person who has full royal pardon from the law is the king himself, the monarch of the time. Nevertheless, Prince Andrew, as he was then, would have certainly operated with a feeling of invulnerability, a feeling of they would never come for me, a feeling of arrogance. Perhaps that accelerated his downfall.
Absolutely. Pride comes before a fall. The king is the only person, the sovereign is the only person who is immune from prosecution because the law is enacted and enforced in the king's name. If charges are laid against Andrew, it will be RV Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. The king versus, it'll be the king versus his brother. That'll be the battle that will take place. But of course, whilst legally a prince of the blood wouldn't be any different to any private citizen, in practice, of course, they have been treated historically more leniently, and those raise questions for actually the police, because why didn't they go to the Department of Justice in America and ask to see these files on Andrew before the DOJ released them publicly? Because if they had done that, as the Prime Minister should have done before appointing Peter Mandelson, if the Prime Minister and the police had gone to the Americans and asked for those files, we wouldn't have been in this situation. Charges could have been laid against Mandelson, and we would have known about Andrew long before this situation arose now.
And the misconduct in public office charge carries a maximum of life in prison. Of course, we don't know any of the details yet. If a charge is made, that would be...
Someone's in trouble.
Uh-oh.
It was Dan Wootton and Lady C, where she seemed like she was defending Andrew.
Oh, okay. Hello, Carla. Hello, Cassandra. Oh, thank you for becoming a member. Thanks for being a member for 7 months.
Whoa.
Way to go. A member for 7 months. That's loyalty, guys. Thank you, sweetheart. Mwah. Lady Season in past videos was referred to Virginia as a ooh.
Carla, I saw you on Annabelle's show the other day. You were quite funny.
Look, I got a coffee, guys. Yay, my husband got me a coffee.
I got you.
As if I needed it. Because I'm wired. Wow, that's interesting. That's not very nice. Thank you, Carla. Oh, what is this sprinkled on top?
I don't know.
Okay.
That's for later.
And what is that?
It's some kind of blueberry donut.
Oh, with cream cheese?
Yeah.
You got to warm that too,
Yeah,
huh?
yeah.
Wow, you come back with some goodies.
I did. That place was bad.
Oh, this is so good. Oh, wow. Thank you, honey. It was all supposed to be silly.
Carla was on Annabelle's show the other day, and I was watching her. She was funny.
Oh. Thank you, sweetheart. I love goodies. What have you got? So he's got this ham and cheese. Let me see it, sweetheart. Can I see the goodies? Let me show you guys the goodies. Okay, and then I want to see that one too, sweetie. It's like a ham and cheese he got me. I don't know what that green is on top of it.
Mold. No. And no. I'm joking.
What'd you say? And this is a
Danish
kind of a thing.
Yeah.
And it's got
Is it good?
Oh my god.
It's good.
Oh, I do love those Danishes.
Oh my god, I can't wait.
That is so good. And then he's got this powdery donut thing going on. But
I've got no treat.
Oh, it was so
nothing
good.
sweet. Nothing sweet. I've got no treats.
You don't have any treats?
No.
It was so good, guys. Oh my god, babe. Can I have another bite of that? Carla.
Is it good?
It's delicious. Oh my god, you're gonna love it.
You getting the blueberry in there?
Mm-hmm. I got a lot of blueberry.
It's good stuff. You can have as much as we can try a little bit of all of it.
Oh my god. Sorry. I don't know if it's my taste buds, but that's really good. Mm-hmm. My jaws are going fast.
That does look nice. Very nice.
Okay. The victims have spoken out, Demon Dictator.
Announced later on, perhaps today. But this marks a significant moment, in a sense, of equity before the law. Sir Keir Starmer saying, everybody is equal before the law must take its course, the words of King Charles. A sobering thought, but perhaps that's progress. Everybody now is equal. Andrew Mountbatten, Windsor, today, a mere commoner in a lonely police cell, just like anybody else.
Yes. Law, of course, he is being looked at. The charges may come out in a few weeks on whether he will be charged under public misconduct. It depends on whether being trade envoy is actually seen as being a public office. And when he did the incidents he's accused of doing, was he acting in that capacity and was he willfully misconducting himself? So there's a very high threshold. But as you say, it carries a penalty of life imprisonment potentially at the maximum level. But he's also being investigated potentially for breaching the Official Secrets Act, which comes with a 2-year penalty. And it could even be that the National Security Act 23 is invoked here as well, which also carries a life imprisonment. Mind the fact that the former Prime Minister...
somebody said that he was running around being arrogant. This is serious, Andrew. You're in trouble. You can't hide behind the crown anymore.
No, your mum's not going to look. Mum's not going to look after you now.
No. You're in trouble. Ooh.
Gordon Brown is also calling for sex trafficking investigations. Over 90 flights on the.
They are calling for that. They're calling
Yeah,
for
I heard that today. I heard that today. Yeah, Gordon Brown used to be our prime minister. He
wow.
There's evidence that people have been transported through British airports, and he wants that looked into.
I thought they went through Mendelsohn stuff as well. He just hasn't been around.
Yeah, he's been looked into. He should have been looked into years ago. My God. How he even got that job, how they even put him in office is beyond words. He's rotten to the core, that one.
Rotten to the core.
Lolita Express into the UK, and that, of course, would involve potentially sex trafficking into royal residences.
Rafe, of course, US Congress would like a word with Andrew Mountbatten Windsor.
You know what? If I was Andrew, I would stick up my middle finger at the US Congress. Because
he probably can't. He probably can't get on a plane anywhere right now. Not allowed. Probably not allowed to fly. He's probably got a no travel order on him.
Look into your own backyard before you start looking into somebody else's backyard. That's what I say. Look at what's going on over here. We haven't arrested anybody. Why? Rotten to the core.
Rotten to the core. They all are.
You're sent to prison for life. Will it be at His Majesty's pleasure or his brother's pleasure? Oh,
his brother's pleasure, Maureen. When people go to prison in this country, we call it at His Majesty's pleasure or Her Majesty's pleasure, His Majesty's pleasure or Her Majesty's pleasure, because the King and the Queen essentially rule, and it's their prisons. So we call it.
So it's not like the prison, but there is a prison.
No, we have jails and prisons like you do,
right?
But because the King and the Queen own them, essentially own it, we always call it at His Majesty's pleasure. You're going to jail at His Majesty's pleasure.
Where would Andrew end up, Demon Dictator? In jail, in a penitentiary, or like Maxwell is at like a little camp do?
I don't know. It depends. I would imagine because of who he is, he'll probably get a soft jail,
right?
Because of the threat against him. I don't know. That's just a guess that he'll get a soft one.
They can't like put him in population and just let them people do whatever they wanted to with poor Andrew.
Yeah, he may do. He may go to like somewhere like Holloway. I don't even know if Holloway still exists, but yeah, he may go to a big secure one. But I doubt it. He'll probably go to a soft one, especially if he gets life. If he gets life,
you think he would get life?
I mean, if he gets life, Jesus Christ! I think he'll probably. Sorry, any church-going people. I think if he gets life, he'll probably go to a soft one.
Life? You think that it's a possibility that Andrew would get life in prison?
Well, that's what they're saying. That's the maximum penalty, and he's got this. Allegedly, there's 3 charges there: misconduct in public office, Official Secrets Act, and they've all got sentences. So if he's been found guilty of all of them, add them all up, he may get life. I mean, he's 66. You know.
Wow, that is something. The mere fact that he would even do a year is shocking.
Well, I hope he gets the sentence he deserves. If he gets life, he gets life. He has to do it.
Yeah, keep Andrew alive so he's miserable, not being
Yeah.
able to enjoy his fruits of life, like being on the horse.
He
Like,
had his at one point he was on a what was it? He was on a trip and he had what 40 S workers in 4 days or something like that.
wow.
It was crazy. And he's not going to get any of that there.
Poor Andrew, you in trouble.
Are we here? And it's worth pointing out at this stage, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor denies all charges against him. We've yet to hear any statement, of course. But Rafe, if I could, just to conclude, in your rich, lengthy experience of commentating on the royal families, how dark a day is this?
This is the greatest political crisis and royal crisis in modern history. I said
this is the worst. He said it. He just said it. This is some serious crisis in modern history that we've ever seen that the royal family is under. This is some serious act. It's serious. It's serious.
Terrible.
I've said this for a long time. Epstein is bigger than the perfumer scandal of '63, which led to the downfall of Meghn.
It's bigger than any scandal they've ever had in their lives. Like,
yeah.
This is the scandal of all scandals. This is not your regular scandal. Hello, Doodoo Bird. Welcome. Okay, sorry you're not feeling that great. You're swollen.
Oh, I think she had a tooth out or something.
Oh, wow. That's got to be painful.
Yeah, Sorry, you carry on.
No. I was just agreeing with Doodoo Bird. You might need to go and get like some.
He does appear to have a little bit of a sexy addiction addiction going on there.
Yep. That's where he gonna take it next. He was gonna plead insanity. How's the missing tooth?
Yeah, I'm sick. I need help. Like the old Weinstein. I need help. I'm clearly sick. Well, you can go to jail and think about it. Well, then.
It is a deep embarrassment. They are supposed to be a special people to be looked up to, and this is a huge fall from grace. This is Carla. That's so right. This is a big fall from grace, no matter if it isn't King Charles. It's still a reflection of the monarchy, and that's not good.
Yeah. I'm just praying to God that it doesn't come out that King Charles knew. Because that would break my heart that he knew.
Well, I think he knew in 2008 when he got arrested. I think he knew back then. But even if he knew.
Who got arrested?
Remember when Epstein got arrested the first time?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but there was no implication at that point that Andrew was involved. I know he was seen with him, but a lot of people were seen with him. The King was seen with Jimmy Savile. Doesn't mean he was involved in Jimmy Savile. So I think it was the news night was the one. But I'm hoping that behind the scenes they didn't know and they covered him up. Because if it finds out that they knew how bad he was and they covered it all up for him, that would break my heart. That
I don't think so. I think I really don't. I don't see that, and until I see that, I'm gonna give him the doubt. I believe they overcome this mess, but Andrew's in some trouble alone by himself, and there's nothing the king can do, even if he wanted to. If Andrew goes to prison, will there be 3 cells? One for Andrew, one for his teddies, and one for his giant ego. Ooh, he's got a big ego. We're gonna
That
find
ego's packing its bags. That ego's packing its bag right now, and it's leaving because has been kicked to the curb. That ego.
exactly kicked straight to the curb. Yeah. Let's see how arrogant he is, because Marines not the first.
Macmillan government, and is bigger than the abdication crisis of 1936. In fact, is bigger than both of those things combined. This is a monumental period in royal history, but I'm confident that the royal family will weather the storm and emerge from this as they have emerged from other storms. Whether the same can be said of the government is another matter entirely.
Rafe Haydel-Mankoo, thank you for your company as ever. It sincerely is a pleasure. Thank you very much for joining us today in Westminster.
Let's go right to London with MS Now international reporter Inez de la Cuetara.
Let's go back to Prince Andrew. Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor arrested in custody, of course, as we speak, on suspicion of misconduct in a public office. Michael Cole, the royal commentator, joins us. Michael, good afternoon to you. This is hugely significant. It was a shocking, I think, for most of us, even those of us that follow this stuff, thinking,
why do they keep saying that Sarah Ferguson is missing in action? If she didn't go to hiding or something?
Nobody knows where she is. There's reports that she was in the Middle East, and there's reports that she's in a luxury wellness place in Switzerland. So nobody knows. And if she's broke, she's not going to be going in one of the world's most expensive hospitals.
So she has no money.
No.
Oh. I would be over there at my daughter's house living. I would be over there at Kara's. Kara's mama is broke. I don't know what happened. And I'm going to need you to take care of me.
Yep.
Wow. So Fergie's running around broke, destitute, and they may have wanted to question her, but they can't.
Well, maybe so. If she's done something wrong, they'll take her too. If they're going to take Andrew, if they're going to take Andrew down, she's got no chance. She's going to go with them, and if them two kids are involved, they will go down too.
Oh, snap a doolittle!
Because by all accounts.
Thank you, Kamari.
It's just bad.
Do you think the kids may have known?
Oh, yes, of course they did.
Oh, wow. Wow. They're really quiet. I think I would have said something about my dad, just give us privacy at this time. We're dealing with something that we've never dealt with before, and, whatever. But their silence is weird, isn't it? Well, what would they say?
Exactly. What would they say? They can't. Again, it's the same thing. If they say something, they could accidentally implicate their father in something. And again, he's not been proven. He's not been found guilty yet. So everyone's got to just be quiet and stay out of it for now.
Exactly. What did she do with all that money, Judy Bird said? What did she do with all of it? She's recorded doing cash for access. Debbie says.
Yeah, she was. People could give her money for access to Andrew.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true, Debbie. Fergie's probably got a couple of million somewhere, and she's just crying, "I've got no money," while sitting on a couple of million in the bank.
Well, watch how she show up in a day or two. All the Yorks are disgusting. Oh my God, the whole family is tainted now, Judy Bird. The whole family has been touched.
wow, a former member of the royal family, but we take the point, is now sitting in a police cell, courtesy of Thames Valley Police.
Ian, I speak to you and all your viewers and listeners on an extraordinary day in the history and the destiny of the monarchy and indeed of this country. Unprecedented, it is extraordinary, one might even venture the word unique. And of course, all on Prince Andrew's birthday, as he then was Prince Andrew, born there, second son of the late Queen, in 1960. I remember it well. It was a year of royal babies, and he was the first of them. Really remarkable. Arrested this morning, 8 o'clock, 8 police officers, but support for constabulary, went to, it was one of the big residences on the Sandringham estate, where indeed the late Duke of Edinburgh lived shortly before he died. A historic part of the estate, and then he's gone. Of course, we don't know yet, but to a police station. And I imagine he's going to be, at this moment, probably being interviewed under caution.
Just tell us, Michael, your phone line is being a little bit tricky, but I think we've still no, that's okay. We've still got you. Just explain. You know a bit more about this man than most. How would somebody like the former Prince Andrew be feeling right now?
Well, I think it must be an extremely unpleasant experience for anybody, but particularly somebody in his position or his former rank. Of course.
What you say, honey?
I said he's going to be crapping his pants. That's what he's going to be doing right now.
Yep. This is the real deal. Thank you, Mill. He got picked up, and the world knows. Everybody. My mom told me, they picked up Andrew, huh?
Yep.
I said, it was on your news channel, wasn't it? Yeah.
Guys, I heard it. I was watching you and Heather. You two are so funny together. You make me laugh. And I heard your lovely mum on the phone.
Oh, thank you. CC. Well, they're gonna have to protect him when he does go to jail, because they're gonna have to put him on a living watch, right?
Yeah. If he doesn't do it before then, Jesus, if I was going to be sentenced to life in jail, I might take myself out before then.
I bet.
He's going to have all the crazies after him. I tell you.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. And I wonder if, his friend was still alive, what he would be thinking if Andrew had got arrested.
He'd probably be laughing his head off. Probably. There's no friendship there. There's no friendship code. They don't have each other's backs. It's, if you fall, I'll kick you down myself. I can't think of the saying. I can't think of it. I'll think of it in a minute. But no, they're not friends with each other.
Maureen, give me the title of one of his lives, and I will go and fetch it.
I like Mark Dolan.
I do too. He's funny.
You should.
Yeah, remember, he doesn't sweat. He's sweating now. You look like he was sweating in the
car. Sweating in the back of that car. It was coming out of it's coming out of everywhere in that back of that car. I tell you.
Yeah, he's sweating now.
No honor amongst thieves. That was the thing I was thinking of. No honour amongst thieves. That was the thing I was trying to think of.
Oh, wow. Wow, look at that. Look how young he was there.
In recent years,
he was considered the most handsome. He was considered the most handsome of the royal men.
He was.
He was handsome, yeah, he was.
Mhm.
He looks like the Queen.
I could see that.
So in recent years, he's been
Let that go to his head.
criticized for being arrogant.
What did they think about Ferguson when she first came on the picture? Did y'all think she was this most beautiful girl in the world?
Yeah, she was a pretty girl. Of course she was.
Okay. Oh, that's cute. Look at that.
I always thought she had the prettiest wedding dress.
Oh, okay.
And dismissive of people. He's certainly changed over the years. Ian, I met him 40 years ago, just short on the day that he became engaged to the then Miss Sarah Ferguson. And he was very ebullient, he was very friendly. You have to remember that he'd returned quite recently from the Falklands War, where he'd been regarded as having done his duty. He was a very popular member of the royal family, and indeed, at the time of the engagement and indeed the wedding in 1986, the Duke of York, as he became on the morning of his wedding, and the newly married Duchess of York, Sarah Ferguson, were extraordinarily popular at that time. It as a breath of fresh air, and I went on tours around the world, Canada, I remember particularly, and they were
used to be
very
popular.
highly regarded. They, of course, were together for 10 years. Their marriage lasted for 10 years, but it's been a rather extraordinary or unusual divorce in the sense that they've come back together and lived together and were living at the Royal Lodge in Windsor Great Park before he had to surrender his 75-year lease and move to the Sandringham estate. Why did he do that? Because the Sandringham estate, like Balmoral, is personally owned by the or the monarch of the day, and it was not public property. And of course, the Royal Lodge was part of the Crown Estates and ultimately owned by the people.
Okay, well, on that point, Michael, I have to step in, but listen, thank you very much for your time, Mike.
He's they called him arrogant, ignorant, and arrogant. But here's what the family had to say.
There's probably plenty more words you can put in there as well, I'll tell you.
Ooh, says Demon Dictator. This is the family speaking out about his arrest.
Let's go right to London with
And just so you guys know, next week we're going to be playing some documentaries of Andrew. Just some 90-minute, 60-minute documentaries. Hopefully we don't get capped as copywritten and stupid stuff like that.
Yeah, you've got to just keep stopping them every.
Okay, did I misspell a word? Did I spell Charles's name wrong in the title?
No, CHRLES, no.
Okay, because I will. Yes, I could think of a few. Yes, Carla says she can think of a few more too. I love Fergie at first. Look at her. Fergie, you had an admirer. I used to think too Fergie had it going on. Now I think Fergie's a little shady.
Yeah, she was quite fun, loving and joyful, where the others were quite serious, and she seemed to just be like bring the fun back into the royal family. But it turns out she was just as bad as him. Really.
Yeah. Yeah. I got into trouble when I was young, and I was so nervous about what was going to happen to me. I can't imagine how I would feel if I was in as much trouble as he is. Judy Burr, I remember when I did too. When I was younger, I had did something too. I'm not going to say what it was. It's so embarrassing. I was so ashamed of myself that I told my mom, and she said, "Just don't do it again." But I want,
I can't remember how old I was, but I was quite young, and I'd gone into a shop and got like a pen, pencils for school. And I'd walked out with them in my hand, and I completely forgot to pay for them. And I was panicking every time I saw a police car come past. I thought they were going to come after me and arrest me for stealing these pens. I was panicking, but I just walked. You know, when you just walk out with it in your hand and you completely forget.
Right. Yeah, my daughter has stuff in her hands, and I have to check every time we go to the store now.
Yeah,
because she'll have stuff in her hand, and I'm like, no. We can't take it. We ain't buying this.
Yeah. I was panicking. Every time I saw a police car, I thought they were going to come and arrest me. And I couldn't do it. I panicked too much. I'm a Virgo. We stress out too much. My anxiety would be too high.
Yeah, I was so ashamed. Yeah, I know what you mean. I would have been scared too, girl. Yeah, Judy Bird said, I know he was scared. You can tell he was scared when he got in the car and he was squinched down. He looked like he was sweating for the first time ever.
He looked like he was about to have a heart attack or something.
Yeah.
Panicking.
Yeah, like he couldn't, like he finally was able to breathe. They grilled him for 11 hours. What the hell? What kind of questions you gonna be asking me for 11 hours? What?
Well, by all accounts, they've got a massive list of the naughty stuff that he was doing. So I wonder if he went like he was doing on that news night. Do you remember? And he was like,
right. That ain't me in that picture. That ain't me.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
I was telling him it was over. The relationship is over.
Yeah. I don't remember. I don't remember that I was there. I don't remember meeting these people.
Yep.
I may have been there, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I may have done these things, but I don't remember.
Yeah.
I never met that woman, and I don't know what a camera is. Nobody took a picture of me.
That was an old picture. That's not an original one. That's not me. They said that, you know, that's not me. I don't remember taking that picture. Lying.
Scumbag.
Now international reporter Inez de la Cuetara, and here in New York, MS Now senior legal reporter Lisa Rubin, our legal analyst, former Manhattan assistant DA Catherine Christian, and MS Now contributor and U.S. special correspondent for BBC Studios, Katty Kay. Inez, let's start there. What are we learning right now about this incredibly high-profile arrest?
Hey, Anna, really a remarkable turn of events, and you mentioned it there. This is the first time in recent history that a member of the royal family has been arrested. And of course, news of this arrest comes after Thames Valley Police had said that they were investigating claims that Andrew may have leaked sensitive information to Epstein while he was trade envoy for the UK. So the latest batch of DOJ documents showed that there were emails that Andrew had forwarded to Epstein, or appeared to have forwarded to Epstein, that contained documents related to some kind of official visits that he had taken to Southeast Asia. So that could amount to misconduct in public office. We did get a statement from police, so they're not naming Andrew. That is typical for UK police, but they say we have today arrested a man in his 60s. Of course, we know that Andrew is in his 60s. He's 66. It's his birthday today. So we have today arrested a man in his 60s from Norfolk on suspicion of misconduct in public office and are carrying out searches at addresses in Berkshire and Norfolk. The man remains in police custody at this time. We also got a remarkable statement from his brother, the King. king, a very rare statement, and remarkable in that it addresses the British public directly, and it is also signed by King Charles. That is unusual. Typical, these statements are signed by Buckingham Palace, but I'll read you some excerpts from that statement. He says, "I have learned with the deepest concern the news about Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and suspicion of misconduct in public office. What now follows is the full, fair, and proper process by which this issue is investigated in the appropriate manner and by the appropriate authorities. In this, as I have said before, they have
right
our
there,
full
sweetheart.
and wholehearted support and cooperation." He goes on to say, "Let me state this clearly, the law must take its course." And of course, King Charles stripping his brother of all royal titles back in the fall because of his ties to Epstein, evicting him from the royal residence as well. So clearly putting distance there between himself and his brother.
Lisa, suspicion of misconduct in public office sounds pretty broad. Do we have any sense of what crimes they could potentially be looking into here and when we would expect charges?
On the latter, I'm not sure that we understand fully what the time frame is, although this investigation has moved with a speed that I think very few of us expected. It was only a couple of weeks ago, not even, that we understood that Thames Valley Police was going to be conducting an investigation of Andrew. I think the common or conventional wisdom was that it would take some months to even get to a place that we're at right now. But going to the conduct, I think Inez described it perfectly. It's the understanding of many in the press that right now the focus on Prince Andrew, or the Andrew formerly known as Prince, as some people have said, is that it's not about his sexual misconduct or any sexual assault of Virginia Giuffre, but rather about his communications with Jeffrey Epstein, where he is passing along information that he accumulated in his role as the UK trade envoy. Many emails that were discovered in the Epstein files show him collecting information about foreign governments and or passing along investment opportunities, all of which should have been confidential, Anna.
Patty, explain to our American audience just how seismic this situation is for the UK and for the British people.
Look, I think this is enormous. I mean, you mentioned in the introduction that there hasn't been a sibling arrested since the 1500s. The last time a member of a British royal family was arrested was in 1647, and that was King Charles I, who then went on actually to be beheaded.
Wow.
Andrew has been...
Did you hear about that? Somebody got beheaded?
Sorry?
Did you hear about the one that got arrested and then got beheaded?
Oh, I think there's been quite a few people in British history who've been deheaded in this country.
Oh wow! Well, it's been a while since the beheading. So basically, this is the first thing to that. Is that he's been arrested. He could spend his life in prison.
Losing favor with the royal family steadily
favor
over the course of the last year. But so it's not a total surprise. We knew he was under investigation, and yet this is still shocking to have a member of the royal family be...
It is shocking, yes, and it won't ever stop shocking the hell out of me. Okay,
No.
Doodoo Bird.
God knows what else is going to come down the pike, man. It's seems to be getting worse day by day.
Yeah. Chat panel, what do you think is going to happen to him? Sarah and the girls. I saw through the book at them, it found guilty. I say throw the book at them and found guilty.
Yes. You can have the maximum. If it's life in jail, let him go to life in jail, you know?
Yeah.
Don't spoil him.
No, because he knew. He participated. He was all in it.
Yeah, he made that decision to do it. He knew the score.
Yeah.
You've got to pay the penalty for it.
And then he keeps telling us we don't see the pictures. That's not him. Oh, yeah. Which one? Go ahead. You can heat it up if you want.
Basically put into a prison cell while he's being held like this, and he could be held, I've been told he could be held up for a maximum of 92 hours. Most likely it'll be kind of 12 to 24 hours. But he's being treated like a commoner, and I think that kind of gets to the difference. difference that people see between the US and the UK. In the UK,
Oh, thank
the
you,
rule of law is being
Rainey.
held very clearly. Whoever you are not above the law. You will be investigated, and you could even be arrested even if you're a member of the royal family. And people in the UK are saying, well, what about in the US? Where is the accountability in America?
Right.
Why is it that it's in the UK that so many people are being held to account, and that doesn't seem to be
Hello?
the case in the United States, where this all started?
What the hell? There's the question. Why isn't the United States? This is where it all happened. It happened there. It happened there. Uh-oh. It's going to turn off. Uh-oh. So cute. Andrew's being used to hide Madison. What is his name? Madison. Too many government people mixed up in the Madison, so it's being kept quiet. Yeah, they need to bring it all out in the front.
Yeah, I think, Mandy, they used to call him Mandy here, Mandelson Mandy. I think his time is due. He's been involved in a lot of things. Oh, Mandy.
Yes, whoever would like
he's
to
due
come
for
up.
some justice.
Yeah, he is. And you said you knew before.
He's due for it, Mandelson. He's due for it. He's not a good person.
Whoever wants to come up can come up and voice their opinion about what they think about Andrew and his arrest and what's going to happen to him from this moment on.
And that's such a good point, Catherine. The most prominent accuser of then Prince Andrew was Virginia Giuffre, an American. Jeffrey Epstein, of course, was also an American. Do you expect some kind of cooperation, or at the very least, some kind of interplay between UK authorities and US authorities as this investigation proceeds? What would that look like?
It should be, because in terms of Ms. Giuffre, the reason why there has not been an arrest for those sex crime charges is because she is no longer with us.
Wow.
So it's easier for the willful misconduct charges. Unless there were witnesses to her being trafficked or being sexually abused by the former prince, that would be a much harder case to prove. So this probably is a much easier one for the UK. And by the way, there's no statute of limitations in the UK, so that's why they're able to do this. But surely and that's obviously going to depend on the current Department of Justice, if there is information they have related to Epstein and the former Prince Andrew, you would hope there would be cooperation between the two countries.
What are we hearing from the family of Virginia Giuffre after this monumental development? And I should note, too, there was a settlement previously with Prince Andrew and Virginia Giuffre in some civil litigation that was brought against him. But what are they saying, the family of Virginia Giuffre? And I keep thinking about what this might mean for other survivors of the Epstein abuse to see this kind of accountability.
Well, we have a statement this morning, Anna, from the family of Virginia Roberts Giuffre, and I'm going to read it to you. It says, "At last, today our broken hearts have been lifted at the news that no one is above the law, not even royalty. On behalf of our sister, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, we extend our gratitude to the UK's Thames Valley Police for their investigation and arrest of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. He was never a prince. For survivors everywhere, Virginia did this for you." And it's signed by her two brothers and their wives, Sky and Amanda Roberts, and Danny and Lynette Wilson.
Catherine, your thoughts on what this moment means
I
when
agree
it
with
comes
you,
to
Paulette.
accountability for victims and for survivors of
for
Epstein
her.
abuse
I feel
who've been
for her.
seeking the
Yeah.
truth to come out and justice of some kind.
Because this person is so high profile, a
Yeah.
former prince, it's very important. It's a statement. It's a statement
Yeah.
which is hopefully heard in the United States, in the
A
Department
big
of Justice, and
statement.
Congress, that it is true. No one is above the law.
Yeah,
And
it's a big statement to let the United States know that the UK is not playing around at all when it comes to Andrew and his crimes. And not just Andrew, but there is a slew of people in those files that are not being talked about are being brought to justice. If anything, they're talking about they're exonerated. How? It's interesting.
That's all Trumpadoo, isn't he? Trumpadoo.
Yeah,
he was talking about he's been exonerated. Trumpadoo,
Yes.
he's been exonerated.
Exactly.
Idiot.
Exactly.
Such an idiot, Donald Trump. He's such an idiot.
Yes.
It's not even funny. Like, you want to laugh at him because he's such a buffoon, but it's actually just not funny. It's actually not funny.
He is. Let me tell you something. When he was president the last time, he would say stuff that would just make you laugh, and I know it wasn't funny.
No, it's scary.
He called the COVID the Kung Fu virus.
Yeah. Why don't we put bleach? Everyone just inject bleach into your veins. Jesus, Reb. He's like, Boris Johnson. Boris Johnson was like that. He was a buffoon. He used to come out with nonsense. I remember when he said that, Donald Trumpadoo. Why don't you just get some bleach, inject it into your veins? And everyone was like, please don't do that. Please do not put bleach in your veins.
10 people did.
I bet they did, yeah. I bet they did. Oh, my heart breaks for Virginia Giuffre. I really do. I know people sit there, she was recruiting girls.
Yeah.
But the thing is, and this is just my opinion, again, you don't have to agree with me, she grew up in that world. She knew of nothing else. She was essayed from a young child by her father and uncle and other people. She grew up in that world. She just didn't know of any other way to live. And there's a lot of those girls, it's like some of the Epstein survivors that were on Sean Atwood channel, they're the same. They grew up being essayed. So some of them, yeah. Sean Atwood, yeah. Some of the Epstein survivors, yeah. And they're all saying the same thing. They were all essayed as children, and they found themselves in these terrible situations, being very, very young and needing money or run away from home. And that's how these monsters get them. But they don't know of any other way of life other than being essayed. Do you know what I mean? So there's like boundary issues where they just don't know any other way of life. And I'm not justifying what she did, and I'm not justifying her bringing
because she grew up in it.
Yeah, I'm not justifying what she did, but because it was terrible, and she's passed away now. But if she did that, she should have been punished for it. But a lot of these girls don't know any other way of life.
Yeah. You want to go in the living room? Okay, you can go in the living room. You can plug it up. Yeah. Yeah, Marie, my heart does too. Oh, Demon Dictator, I was going to say, let's do I don't know if we want to go there, but it just depends. Let's do one of Sean Atwood's video on one of the survivors.
Yeah, you can. It's very, very, you're going to have a trigger warning because it's very, very difficult to listen to.
That's what I'm saying. Is that something we really want to watch? Or I think it's important.
You can try and play it. If it comes too much, you can switch it off.
Okay.
You can play it and see what happens.
Okay, let's do that. I'm going to do that next week. We're going to go over there. Yes. What is that? It's candy. It's candy. She want me to make sure she ain't gonna get poisoned. So she Is it Candy? Oh. You okay?
But Debbie, who's blaming Beatrice and Eugenie?
You don't want it?
I never blamed Beatrice or Eugenie, or I don't know who is. What we're saying is, if Beatrice and Eugenie have done criminal offences, they should pay for them. And I said, if Virginia Giuffre was still alive, she should pay for that too. She's just not here anymore. But if she was still alive, I would have expected her to pay for any crimes that she committed too.
Yeah, she admitted that she did
there's
that.
no
admit that.
Whoever's done something illegal and immoral should pay for it. There's no excuse for that. But what I'm saying is, people
brainwash her to do that too. You know, they could have brainwashed her to do that too.
Exactly. And if I do extend it, if Virginia was groomed as a young child and she knew of no different, and if Beatrice and Eugenie were also groomed as child, then I extend my sympathies to them too. But if they have committed crimes, they should pay for it.
Why do you say that, Debbie? This was a big moment in UK history. Maureen, I don't believe it at all. The car accident she was in looked like she was beating up, not a car accident. Ooh.
That picture, she looked like she was passed. It looked like she was the picture of Virginia Giuffre in hospital.
They showed it.
It looked like she was actually DEAD. It looked like she was DEAD, not beaten up.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, okay, Debbie. No worries.
I agree, Debbie. I agree. You know, because sometimes you think things are right when it's wrong. You know what I'm saying? They have conditioned you into believing these things are correct.
Yeah. And a lot of these girls, even as young girls and as teenagers, they're in survival mode. They're just trying to survive some pretty terrible situation. So, you know.
Right. She did.
Again, it doesn't make it okay, but you know.
Yeah, for some reason I'm not feeling that she unalived herself too. Wait, mommy's on the phone.
It's not working at all.
Which one? The TV? Here's the remote. Go take it to him.
No, I just Sonic one.
Oh, go get it.
The Sonic one is not working at all. The red light is not coming on.
Oh, it's not. Okay, I don't know why it's. Maybe he needs new batteries. Oh, you got to turn on the other light too. Go get the remote. Oh, it is.
Where is it?
Honey, do you know where the remote is? Oh, go get it, Kira. Go get the remote. See, there's no battery that goes in here. Sorry, guys. Let me see.
That's all right.
See?
There should be a lock come on when you flip it. It's not coming on. Is Does this need to be charged? Is that a way to charge it?
No, see. That should just come on.
That's what I thought.
No.
We'll play with it.
Yeah. That's a mystery. Daddy's gonna try to fix it. Okay, we're gonna wrap Andrew up.
And so it's very important that the UK have, now he's obviously innocent to proven guilty, but it's important that the UK took this step. Even if it didn't relate to Ms. Giuffre, they have him for a crime that at least they hope that they can prove.
You talked about some of the international fallout, Caddy. In addition to today's UK arrest, you have the former Prime Minister of Norway charged. You have a former French minister under investigation, and Paris prosecutors now say they've opened 2 new probes linked to Epstein. Yet here, the epicenter of this entire criminal enterprise is here in the U.S. with no apparent movement from law enforcement, at least in these more recent weeks and months. Why do you think we're seeing bigger legal reverberations internationally?
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting. And I think part of what you're seeing in the States is more blowback against people in the private sector, right? So you have had a slew of people who are heads of captains of industry. You've got Bill Gates today pulling out of an AI summit in India because of the fallout from the Epstein file. So there is accountability and checks and balances when it comes to the private sector. Some of these people are not finding it tenable to keep their positions, but it's also true that you haven't had people standing up in court. I imagine for the White House, it's a little nervous making, the idea that you could have actually Andrew on trial or Mandelson on trial, because they may testify to something that is not favorable to them. Who knows? Ooh. Whereas when these people are leaving, it's different when the people just step down or resign because they're never being deposed. They're not standing in a courtroom being asked what they knew, who did they see, how many people were.
Demon Dictator, what is the atmosphere out there in the UK knowing that Andrew's been arrested? Like, is there like a different kind of feeling? Do everybody know? Is anybody whispering about it? Like,
I think it's just like everybody, it's just complete shock that a member of the royal family has done it. And I know that we've had massive controversies and things like, Diana and Danny's death, and we've had these shocking things before, but this is when it's a crime and criminal offences, and also as potentially involving very little people. It's shocking, and if it turns out to be true, I think we're all hoping that he gets his punishment and he pays for it.
Wow, interesting. Thank you for your take on that.
Were involved, what other people were involved, how did he get his money, all of that. So there is some accountability here, but it's in the private sector and it doesn't have that same kind of weight as people having to stand trial.
Caddy Kay, Inez de la Quatera, Lisa Rubin, and Catherine Christian, thank you all so much.
Got no sound. Are you muted?
Sorry about that. Guys, we're going to move on from Andrew. I'm going to move on with Nancy. AT2 did a video on Cuomo, Meghn Kelly, and about Nancy Guthrie. And before I show that video, I want to show a video of Meghn Kelly pretty much accusing the brother-in-law, okay? And I wouldn't say accusing, but speculating. So let's go to Meghn Kelly first.
Can I just say something? That ball, that there was pictures of Prince Andrew with a little with a baby and a ball.
Yeah.
That was like a boob.
Yeah.
The twins had it on their channel that apparently is a teething ball. It's supposed to represent
That's
a.
what I thought. Like I was thinking that it was.
Yeah, it's a teething.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a boob like for teething, so babies use it to like soothing. So it was not anything actually nefarious.
Right, that's what I kind of figured it was, like supposed to be like a comforting for the baby. You know, like because when babies breastfeed, you know, they probably, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When they get through breastfeeding, the baby still wants to latch on or whatever.
Yeah.
Isn't that's what that was?
Yeah.
I kind of figured it was. It didn't look like a SEX toy, but look where Dan Wooden took it.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. He took it way far. That's what I'm saying. It's so sensationalized. I'm like, just have a look it up first, Dan Wooden, before you start having hysteria on your channel.
Rocky wants to be involved in what's going on. He can come in here. He just wants someone to come in there and get him. You're gonna go get him? Okay. What was I gonna say? That if I said anything about the boob and the thing, forgive me, because I kind of figured as much. I didn't say it, but I just wasn't sure. And I wish I had said something to that effect because I've seen that before. Yeah. But like you said, Dan Wooden took it. He did.
Yeah, he did, as always does.
Look at this. Look at Andrew on the floor playing with the baby with the boob. The boob ball. Oh, that's so sorry, Maureen.
Yeah, it's a terrible story. That's horrid.
It is. I didn't know you found your sister. That is so sad, Maureen. But I think the tribute that you gave to your sister is so beautiful. All the blue, and the
beautiful
angels.
pictures.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, very sorry about that, Maureen. Dan, clutch my pearls. I'm getting the vapors. Maureen, have you gotten some counseling to help? That's a good question. I know Annabelle gave her a beautiful reading.
Yeah, she did.
Okay, let me find this real quick of her talking about the where is it? Let's see, disturbing new video, photos, alarms. Where is it that Kelly says it's the brother-in-law?
Yeah. Maureen, I was with my twin sister when she passed. I was with her for days in the hospital and I held her hand as she passed. It's horrible. It took me years for me to recover. It's horrible. Ding dong.
I can't find it.
Have you got it in your history?
I don't think I played it. It says Meghn Kelly, son-in-law, with Nancy Guthrie's son-in-law may be the prime suspect. She says son-in-law. Like, yeah, son-in-law. Here it is.
Ashley Banfield, who hosts her own podcast called Drop Dead Serious, is breaking exclusives on this case like nobody's business. And yesterday, she had quite a doozy. I'm going to bring her on. She's going to explain what she learned, but she reported exclusively that they actually do have a potential suspect in the case, and the identity is rather shocking. I'm going to bring her in now. Ashley Banfield, thank you so much for joining us. So tell us what you say, very reliable law enforcement source told you about a possible suspect in the case.
Sure. So after almost 4 decades in this business, I've collected a few friends at the FBI and in local law enforcement all over the country. And the source that I have is impeccable. And he said that not only were the cameras smashed, plural cameras smashed, so that the suspect likely knew about the locations of them, but that the car belonging to the sister of Savannah Guthrie, Annie Guthrie, was towed, impounded, and taken into evidence. And this is the wording. It's very important. The wording is very important. He said they now believe the son-in-law may be the prime suspect. Those are the words. Son-in-law may be the prime suspect at this point. And I'm very mindful. I covered the Elizabeth Smart case. I was out in Salt Lake City for 5 weeks while Elizabeth.
Oh, I'm so sorry about that, demon dictator, that you were with your sister when she passed.
Yeah. We were twins, so we came in together.
Yeah.
She went out when we were together.
That's so sad. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
But you said sometimes you feel her, don't you? A lot?
Yeah, a lot. Sometimes I even argue with her. I know it sounds really silly, but sometimes I get into an argument about that, and it feels like I'm arguing with her. That's really weird.
Yeah, it doesn't sound weird at all.
Yeah. Maureen, if you feel like
she would say, you
Sorry?
know what she would do. Like, you know what she would say and do.
Yeah, I do. If something was on telly and I like somebody and she likes somebody else, we'd have an argument about it. And I kind of have that argument in my head with her. It feels like she's talking to me and we have an argument. Yeah. Yeah, Maureen, have some more. If you feel like you need more, have more. You know, these things are not
about it.
These things are not, or get like a group, a group. I belong to like the twins, the twin group. He's lost a twin, and I belong, and it helps me. So if you feel like you need more therapy, have some more, or get into a little group where you can talk to people about it.
It's wonderful being in a group. It is wonderful. You're all going through the same thing and you can help each other. Like when I was going through IVF with my baby, I joined a group. I know that's not the same thing, but I still joined a support group because it's not easy.
No.
Yeah. But it really helped. It really helped. So that, I mean, and there, actually, I found mine on Facebook. I was on Facebook, but and we would post different things. But yeah.
There's many groups on Facebook. If like for free, you can go on there. Maybe local groups, but yeah, always talk about it. Don't keep it bottled up. You got to talk about it.
Exactly. And this, to me, is an open space. I know, telepathic. I know, that's just cool.
Telepathic arguments. We still argue with each other telepathically, yeah.
Smart had vanished. And I recall specifically a lot of language saying Ed Smart is likely the prime suspect here. Ooh. And so you got to be really mindful that, as you know, Meghn, you're a lawyer. Police investigations start in the middle of the circle and they go out in concentric circles in terms of investigating family members, right? You start in the middle of the family, you investigate out from there. Then you go to contractors and friends and workers and everybody else who's had some contact. And then there's the randoms. So it is not surprising that someone in the family is being looked at. That language to me was pretty strident, though.
It's surprising to me because there was forced entry. And from the beginning, I thought well, they must have ruled out the family pretty quickly if this is a case of forced entry, because the family wouldn't need to do that. The family would presumably have a key, and if they didn't have a key and they wanted to get in, they just knock on the door and Nancy Guthrie would open it.
So this is super interesting. And I had a long conversation with my former colleague, Brian Enton, about this, because Brian identified blood drops at the front door, right? And he's shown the video. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
However, my source says the back door is wide open. Back door left wide open. That's what my source said. I had a Meghn half-hour conversation 2 days ago.
I watched it.
The sheriff, yeah. And I specifically said, so are you telling me, when you said that she
that
did
the
not
blood?
walk out of that house on her own, I said,
that was a lot of blood.
Are you telling me that she might have been carried out of that house? And I used the word over the threshold of the front door. And he said, I didn't say front door. But he didn't say no carry. But when he said I didn't say no to the front door, and then, and the next day I'm getting information about the back door, it's pretty safe to say, well, that makes perfect sense. However, why is there blood at the front door? And Brian Enton said he couldn't find the trail continuing past to the walkway that would take you to the driveway. Now it is gravel, a little harder maybe to see any blood, but not impossible. So I'm trying to go.
Couldn't they have gotten her in the car, Ashley? I mean, like, I'm picturing a scenario where couldn't all those facts be consistent with they came in through the back door, then they got her, then they brought her out the front door after injuring her. Then the blood trail continued just to the driveway.
Well, it didn't.
Where they then put her in a car.
That's
it
the
ended well prior to the driveway?
Yeah, the blood trail is just at the front door on those tiles. Then the gravel starts right away, and it's a walkway to the driveway, and it's not close. I mean, it's a bit of a ways. Nancy Guthrie can't walk 50 yards, pardon me. Nancy Guthrie can't walk 50 yards on her own, so she would need assistance. And if you're bleeding and you've been in some sort of a melee,
she needed assistance. What was she doing out there, all the way out there by herself? If
That's
she
what I mean. She should have been like in some sort of community care, or maybe a home. We call them homes over here.
Yes. Oh, that's beautiful, Doodoo Bird. It is. It's a beautiful community. We are like a little family over here. Oh, that's so sweet, Demon Dictator. Yeah, but so they're trying to solve the puzzle. Everybody's trying to solve this puzzle piece.
That would be even less. So I was going through the scenarios in my mind. Okay. Maybe
I think it's
the front door camera is smashed and the doorbell is rung to get Mrs. Guthrie downstairs, because that would be difficult. In the middle of the night, it would get her down those stairs. So the confrontation might happen at the front door, right there at the tiles. There's a struggle. And then because the car is not parked right out front where all that could be visible potentially, maybe the car is around the back, and that's why they go out the back door. And
is that a possibility?
Struggling, I have no idea.
Could a car be parked in the back?
I don't know, because I've been trying to see with drone video whether the car could get out into a darker spot or maybe out of camera view, because the smashing has to happen. But I was told that the cameras were smashed, and plural. So there's a camera in the back, camera in the front, smashed. And then, of course, Brian Enton noticed it and said, asked the sheriff, did you take them? Or do you think the guy or the suspect took them? And the sheriff had a funny answer. He said, yes, I noticed that too. We're looking into it.
Yes. So what he saw, what Brian Enton saw was like the remnants of a Nest camera, not even the Nest camera, right? Like it was clear to him that they had been removed, which is not the same thing as destroyed. The sheriff is saying that they were destroyed right before we got to them. So he made it sound like they were destroyed by the perpetrator here, by the bad guy.
Sheriff didn't say on the news conference that the cameras were destroyed. Brian Enton shot that video and asked, the cameras are missing. Did law enforcement take them, or did the perpetrator take them? And the response from the sheriff was, yes, we noticed that too. We're looking into it. And so, look, I can tell you, you know this, Pima County, there's not a lot of crime there. I'm trying to think of the last major thing that happened. I think it was Gabby Giffords being shot there, 15 years ago, 20 years ago? And so I think he's working in real time, and trying to protect his investigation, keep the integrity, and answer real questions he wasn't expecting maybe, and couching, his verbiage as best he can. But he didn't say, oh, we don't know that we took the cameras, or no, there never was a camera there. He said, yes, we noticed that too, and we're investigating that. We've got them.
It's your reporting that has added that they were destroyed.
And multiple. I don't know the location of the other one. My guessing, and it's just me, would be backdoor.
Yeah,
but
that's where you put the Nest camera.
My source also said, and this is musings, not evidence or information, who takes an 84-year-old woman who can't walk well on her own?
Right.
It is a burden. It is a troublesome endeavor. It makes you more susceptible to being caught. You now have a problem.
Yeah, you have a huge problem because she can't walk very well. Then you forgot her medications. And I like, why would they take her? Who took her? Hashtag where the hell is Nancy?
I hope to God we find out. I pray for that woman. I really do.
know. It's been 3 weeks now. We're going on this is new phone still. I'm getting used to it. Sorry about words being inserted. Oh, that's okay, Judy Bird.
Oh, don't worry about that.
Just fine.
What are you going to do with this person without anybody seeing it? And it stands to reason. It's very unusual for some random burglar to take the person if something happens.
It's not a random burglar. No, I agree. So it's either somebody who's kidnapping her and wants money for a ransom, or is kidnapping her as a revenge because they dislike her, or maybe Savannah or another family member. Or it could have been a
personal
murder.
musings again.
It could have been a murder that they were then removing the body from the crime scene.
That's even worse because, again, now it's on your hands to get rid of the body, and the evidence is now in your car and all the rest. It's not that it hasn't happened. It has. More likely that a random person would leave that body in the house and get a clean getaway with no DNA evidence in the car if that's possible. But the other random musings was...
What do you mean get away? They didn't take anything. Wasn't nothing removed from the house. So why would they... That's not a good theory. I believe they need to look into Samantha Guthrie, not the sister and brother-in-law. Let's remember Samantha did Virginia's first interview after she came out about Andrew. Interesting, Diane. I'm going to put a star by that. I'm surprised with all the money in the family, they didn't have better security inside the home. Well, I'm like somebody said they need to hire a private investigator.
I don't know what the private investigator is going to do if the police can't figure it out.
Right.
What can a private investigator do? I don't know.
There's
cameras everywhere. There's cameras on every street corner, every major road, freeway. I just can't understand how she's just disappeared.
Right.
Or they can't see a car arriving at the house and then follow that car through street cameras.
Right.
I mean, I know I live in London. There's cameras everywhere, and that's how they do it in London. You just follow the car wherever it goes.
Are you saying that the United States hasn't figured this out yet?
That's what I mean. I just don't like. Yeah, how can they not find? I mean, was it so remote that it's? I don't get it.
It's weird to do. It's a weird to do. Where the cockadoo is Nancy. I know that's right.
Poor Nancy.
Oh. No, if they had hidden cameras inside of the home, there would be evidence. If the cameras inside the home got disconnected, then family members involved. Exactly. Judy Bird, I like that comment.
You know what though? Where she lives, it's nice where she lives, but she looks like she lives at the bottom of a garden, man.
Yeah, like a hole.
It does that. She looks like she lives at the bottom of a garden. It's really weird.
Like a bowl, like in a fish bowl, like a, not where people can see what the hell is going on. My neighbors is gonna hear me. My neighbors gonna hear everything. And my next door neighbor is really nosy.
Oh, God.
I feel like they come outside when we come outside.
Because I live in flats, man. Everybody knows what goes on in everyone's houses. You can hear everything.
Exactly.
Something like this, and again, these are the random musings, this is not evidence. This kind of a crime typically requires a benefit. And like you mentioned, the ransom notes, musings are baloney. That, you don't email a ransom note to TMZ or a local, station. It's not normal. It's not usual. And that time frame as well. Ransom notes usually come pretty quickly. This was 72 hours later. So, and look, I can't wait for that investigation to yield some idiot that thought that they were going to get some Bitcoin out of a tragic situation. They're just festering parasites when they do this.
I mean, it does. We still don't know, though, whether Savannah Guthrie has received a ransom demand or law enforcement has, because
TMZ.
they've been very cagey about the ransom question.
Bloody
The first day he was
TMZ are
asked,
loving it,
which
you know?
was Monday, Sheriff Nanos said, no, I haven't heard any.
What'd you say?
TMZ are loving it, man.
Oh, God, they are all up in it.
They're loving it. Look at them. They've had ratings like it. We got another ransom note today. Let's tell. We're going to come on live and tell you all about it first, and then we'll give it to the police for them to investigate. But we're going to tell you all first
and let you guys know it's really graphic. It's a really graphic.
Yeah, it's graphic. It's terrible. It's terrible. And we're going to tell you first before we tell the police or the family. We'll let them all find out live on air. Disgusting, like foolish. It's horrible.
Foolish. It is. First of all, he shouldn't have never even told us that he had a ransom note, and kept that in the FBI situation.
Yeah.
No, but he's getting clicks and views, that's for sure. Most of the family live in area in the Tucson. I was born there, and yes, it is out in the desert. Believe it or not, we slept with our front doors open this time of year before it's 120 degrees. That's what the neighbors said. They're used to having their garage doors open, their front doors wide open. Everything just kind of loosey-goosey until this moment.
Diane, is there not cameras on every street, or or is it so out of the way? I don't know. I just find there's no cameras everywhere. Street cameras.
It's weird. Yeah, it's really graphic, but we can't tell you what it says. Just pretend.
Anything like that.
Use your imagination.
And then, as you know,
use your imagination. It's really graphic.
Yesterday, Tuesday, he was much more tight-lipped. He wasn't as forthcoming with answers. And the question of whether a ransom note had been introduced seemed more ambiguous on day 2 than it did on day 1.
It's funny. I'm looking back at my notes from my conversation. I said, has there been and this was the Monday, as you said, has there been any demand for ransom? And he said, we don't know. He said to me, we don't know. Those were the words. However, this came out yesterday. You probably saw it. This was the QR code and the statement from Christiana's sheriff saying, we are aware of reports circulating about possible ransom notes, parentheses S, right? Note, parentheses S. Regarding the investigation into Nancy Guthrie, we're taking all tips and leads very seriously. Anything that comes in goes directly to our detectives who are coordinating with the FBI. We encourage anybody to use this QR code. So I think, and also our friend Harvey Levin at TMZ broke it yesterday. They got the email yesterday. Yeah. So I don't think Harvey had it on Monday, and I would highly doubt that the local TV station had it Monday, didn't report it till Tuesday.
All right, but separate, that's sort of a red herring, we think, on the side. But the news about Savannah's brother-in-law is huge.
Yeah.
And look, I have to be honest, a lot of people initially thought, should we be looking at the family? Because that's the way it works. 90% of the time, exactly. That's who it is. Usually crime is not committed by some random person coming into a home and kidnapping an 84-year-old. Usually it's a tragedy that somebody
knows where both cameras are.
Yeah, exactly. Knows where both cameras are, front and back.
Judy Bird, like my street, I don't have any cameras. I don't think there's any cameras coming from like my street. In residential, they don't usually have cameras and stuff. But major streets, like further up by my house, where the stoplights and stuff like that. Oh, be careful. Yeah, Rocky almost fell. He's in a roller coaster. She's got him in the baby stroller and pushing Rocky.
Oh.
It's funny.
That's because I'm used to living in London, and London there's cameras everywhere. That's why.
Oh.
You can't breathe, right?
I love her input. It's so...
Oh, bless you, Maureen. I think I talk gibberish sometimes.
No. Kara, slow down. Poor Rocka Doolittle. No, don't let him have a car crash.
Ah!
I know you're having fun. I'm actually glad I live where there are quite a few cameras. Yeah, there's no cameras over here. Like I wouldn't think that there would be unless there's some on the golf course. And that's not that close. Ooh, ooh, ooh. See, this is the first time we're hearing about the son-in-law. Check this out, guys. Listen up. Listen up to this. This is the part. This is the reason why I showed this video. She's talking about the son-in-law. Could it be the son-in-law? You know, I think it's the son-in-law. Let's see what she has.
Why? I do. Him and the sister.
And I do too, because they were the last ones that saw her, last people that saw her. So, Kara, please. Yeah. I'm scared for him. She ain't heard nothing I said.
No, she's not interested.
Possibly manages to get her to open the door, or somehow maybe has a relationship with her. But of course, the thought of Savannah's not on the table. She was in New York. She had to fly out there after this all happened. The sister, I mean, like, it just seems beyond
Can I ask you a
possibility
question?
that the sister had something to do with it. But now we're talking about the sister's husband. Yeah, you go.
Yes.
No, not me. It was her. She's asked Maureen if she can ask a question.
Oh!
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Spidey senses.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I get it. You got this. Yeah, poor Rocky. Rocky almost flipped the dude. Okay, here we go.
Meghn, with all your experience in being a lawyer and being in the media, do you think that they would seize the vehicle of Savannah Guthrie's sister and impound it, tow it, not ask for it, come in, we want to take a look, tow it, impound it? The words that were used are, it is in evidence. If they didn't have a little stronger feeling about this, because that sends a massive message early in the investigation. If you are taking the daughter of the victim's car, that was, and a famous daughter's sister, that was another thing that I'm just putting a lot of pieces together.
No, you're right. And the other thing the audience should know, they probably already do know, is you're not some whack reporter. Like, this is your beat. You've been covering crime for 20 years. You're very solid. Your reporting standards.
38, but who's counting? 38 years this year.
Reporting for many, many years, but like your reporting standards are very high. So you understand very well the gravity of reporting something like this. This is not just some slapdash operation. And you trust this source that told you right now he's the
high
prime.
level.
Yeah.
High level.
Okay.
High
So no, you're
level.
right. They wouldn't. And when was it that they seized the car?
Why was it they seized the car?
When?
I don't know the answer to that, but I do know that the FBI, according to Brian Ensign, was over at Annie Guthrie's house yesterday for several hours.
4-year-old, usually it's a tragedy that somebody
knows where both cameras are.
Yeah, exactly. Knows where both cameras are. I think on the side, but the news about Savannah's brother-in-law is huge.
Yeah.
And look, I have to be honest. A lot of people initially thought, should we be looking at the family? Because that's
the way it works.
90% of the time.
So we're coordinating with the FBI. We encourage anybody to use this QR code. So and also.
So then she said that. So we're going to come over here to AT2, where Chris Cuomo says something about Meghn Kelly. Meghn Kelly comes back and calls Cuomo out of his name and start accusing him of some stuff. So they don't seem to like each other, Chris Cuomo or Meghn Kelly. I'm not surprised. Seems like
Meghn R. Kelly. Meghn R. Kelly.
Yeah, I think they need to go to a psychic too. Yeah. There's no reason for the sister and brother-in-law to do this. They got not a thing but pain. Kira, he's shaking. Yes, he's scared. Okay, be very careful. But be very careful. There is no reason for the sister and brother-in-law to do this. They got not a thing but pain. They want people to believe it's the sister. Well, I think it's an inside job. I think it just feels like it's an inside job.
It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense.
Right. Let's see. Where is AT2? And did you do a live AT2? This is not the right one.
But I do believe it was. I don't believe they came to take her away. I think she may have just. I don't think they were planning on her passing. I think she may have passed. And they weren't gambling on that.
Yeah.
And they panicked and they've just done. They've kind of had to. I don't know what. It's a horrible thing to say. Put the body somewhere, but I don't think that was the plan.
Yeah, I agree.
They may have just wanted to put her in the car and scare her and scare the family, but she may have passed away, and it's now gone to a much bigger thing than what it was meant to be, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does. Here it is.
Well, I never thought I would see the day where me and Megyn Kelly have common ground. One, this whole Nancy Guthrie situation, the disappearance or the kidnapping, it's very weird, very strange, and somebody is not telling the truth. And we both don't like Chris Cuomo. And listen, I might not be a fan of Megyn Kelly, but I love white on white crime. So let's go ahead and get into this video. Go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. Let's get started, you guys. For you who have been following me, remember I exposed that I've been talking about Don Lemon because he's basically calling him out for being a quote unquote rage baiter and putting Don Lemon in the same category as Megyn Kelly. Now, no matter what, Don Lemon is way better than Megyn Kelly. But Megyn Kelly finally responds back to Chris Cuomo because I guess on News Nation, which Megyn Kelly got a point, nobody watches it, has been calling Megyn Kelly out for questioning what's going on with the Nancy Guthrie situation. And let's be honest, why are all the ransom notices going to TMZ, Harvey Levin? You don't find that suspicious at all, at least? But hey, who am I to judge? Let's go ahead and get into this video, you guys.
That's how it's supposed to work. And the sheriff should know better. It's actually quite interesting now because I'll show you what the douchebag Chris Cuomo is saying. In fact, let's just play it now. It's 52. He's very upset that Ashley Banfield and yours truly have raised questions about the brother-in-law. Ashley's reporting, and based on Ashley's reporting, we've asked.
Don Lemon in the same category as Megyn Kelly with the Nancy Guthrie.
It's actually quite interesting now because I'll show you what the douchebag Chris Cuomo is saying. In fact, let's just play it now. It's 52. He's very upset that Ashley Banfield and yours truly have raised questions about the brother-in-law. Ashley's reporting, and based on Ashley's reporting, we've asked questions on this program. And here's Fredo Cuomo on his little-known show on News Nation, which has less viewers than I have fingers.
And by the way, that's off of the Godfather character. And so that's a derogatory term. Now, some people go like, oh, yeah, that's like the N-word. No, the N-word is the N-word. It is not the same.
Now, look, I've never heard law enforcement make this kind of a statement during an investigation. And I'm not calling for the family to be removed from suspicion. The job is the job, right? But the job is also, you don't speculate just because you don't care that you're destroying this family, just because it may get you some clicks.
Oh, He's talking about Megyn Kelly. He's trying to say that because we just saw it where she was blaming the brother-in-law or son-in-law, accusing him, or just saying it, could it be, is it, should it, is it, woulda, coulda, whatever Megyn Kelly said. But he's saying that she's doing it for clicks and views.
Ooh, handbags at dawn. This is what we say in the UK. Handbags at dawn.
Handbags at dawn.
Yeah,
wow.
You know, like what we used to say, like when we used to have people used to have a duel, like a gunfight. We used to say pistols at dawn or guns at dawn. But when it's two girls, when it's two girls fighting, we say handbags at dawn. When people are having a little fight, handbags at dawn. This is what these feel like. Chris Cuomo, Meghn Kelly, handbags at dawn. Little bitchy fight.
That is too cool. Handbag at 5, guys. They got a little bitchy fight going on.
Bitchy fight. Handbags at dawn. Come on then.
Handbags at dawn. Check it out.
I want to correct something the sheriff said. It's not the media. No one who pays attention to the law or any standard of decency is doing this. What these digital people are doing. It's the digital media. It's those denizens. It's people who get paid for clicks and rage bait. All right? These fugazi, sloppy influencers and would-be sleuths.
Ooh, he called us sloppy influencers.
Fugazi.
Ooh, he's talking about YouTubers. Because, see, he's not a YouTuber. He's with a network. So
he's a real reporter. I'm a real reporter.
Right. I'm a journalist. I went to school for it.
I'm a journalist. I got a degree.
Yeah.
You're just a fugazi, a fake journalist.
A fake-a-do. He called Megyn Kelly a fake-a-do. Totally.
Right? The truth about whether Nancy Guthrie's family is under scrutiny. She doesn't know a damn thing. The reason the cops are going back to the comb is because the police think she did it.
Wow. He sounds like, I don't know what Cuomo is sounding. He sounds like he's mad.
He is, isn't he? He's getting himself, his knickers in a twist here, man. Really is.
He's all fugazied up, all mad. For what?
Yeah.
Because he's got clicks and views.
He's getting his journalist degree all upset.
All upset. All twisted up.
Where'd you get that? Bullshit. The video messages from the family are like a movie. It's from Silence of the Lambs. Why are they doing that?
Okay, so let me tell you what Fredo is really upset about. He has Fredo. That's his real problem.
Fredo.
Nobody watches the show on News Nation, and I mean nobody. And nobody watches his failed podcast either.
Ooh.
Nobody watched his Sirius radio show. Nobody watched him on CNN, and therefore he gets upset at anybody who does well, like our show, which is always one of the top 3 conservative podcasts in the nation. It's currently number 1 on Apple. Fredo doesn't like that. Okay.
Fredo.
Because as I say, Fredo no Rado. So he gets upset and he gets jealous. Sometimes in the past on this show, we've called out Fredo for his terrible behavior, for his bad ratings, for his lies about bumping into people who just happen to be listening to his podcast. Thing I've never told before. Fredo actually called my lawyer, who he happened to use briefly on a legal matter, and begged the lawyer to get me to stop mentioning him. He didn't want me to attack him because it hurt his little feelings. So now Fredo sees an opportunity to attack yours truly because, of course, we're doing well with this story too, as we do when we do other news, which Fredo can't relate to. So Fredo's upset, and Fredo's trying to play the protector of the Guthrie family. Meanwhile, there are a few in news who have done more for the Guthrie family than this show. We have covered this story extensively since it broke because Fredo doesn't understand, but I too am a news woman like Savannah. I too worked at the Today Show like Savannah Guthrie. I too have been the victim of a deranged stalker, which may be one of the possibilities here. Something Fredo doesn't realize we've covered extensively as well on this program. I too know Ashley Banfield extremely well. And she's had extremely solid reporting for 20 years in the crime and other fields as well. And so when she tells me she's got a solid source, I take her very seriously. And I also saw this matter being discussed. Guess where else? On News Nation, all around Fredo. By Elizabeth Vargas, by Jesse Weber, Dan Abrams, who had the show right before Chris Cuomo for years, did a long segment on it with Ashley Banfield. It's all over Fox News. Jesse Waters, Sean Hannity, up and down the lineup, Laura Ingalls, all of them have discussed whether the brother-in-law had anything to do with it, because in an investigation like this, you don't rule out family because of feelings. Because of your little feelings, Fredo.
And that's one thing, because definitely you can question Meghn Kelly, because a lot of the stuff that comes out her mouth is bullshit. Let's not even play dumb, right? But the reason why he specifically is calling out Meghn Kelly out of everybody is because he wants to prove like he's the better person. You know, oh, I'm on a network. I'm not like these independent journalists like Meghn Kelly and Don Lemon and Joy Reid. I'm better than them. I'm more honest. And it's all like, dude, shut the hell up. Get out of here with that. And so I get where Meghn Kelly is coming from, because all these other news stations are talking about it, but yet you're calling me out?
Because I know you're in the business of protecting your family. Okay, we learned that firsthand during COVID when you put your loser brother on there and ran cover for him. And then ultimately, it was one of the things that led to your downfall, because you didn't report honestly on his many, many problems during COVID, or his many, many problems in grabbing women. And perhaps the reason you chose not to do that is because you yourself were accused of having a Me Too problem.
Wow.
Okay, we had the senior executive producer on this program. We talked all about you and your behavior in a bar with her. There was another woman at CNN who came forward against you, who did a whole podcast about the discomfort you made her feel.
Go Meghn Kelly.
Who came forward last drop for your firing.
She is on fire.
Oh, she's coming for you. Guns blazing.
She's reminding you what you are, what you did, and what your brother did, what's going on, and da 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 da. So you mess with the wrong chickadoo. The wrong chickadoo. That's what happened. The wrong woman.
So you have a long history, I understand, of running cover.
And she was talking about Angela Rye with the podcast, by the way.
For family. That's not what we do here on the actual news. We talk about what the police are doing, and we try to glean where the investigation is going. And we especially do that when we have a sheriff who repeatedly, when asked whether anyone has been ruled out, says no one's been ruled out. Absolutely not. Not the family, no one. No one's been ruled out. Everyone remains a suspect until we have somebody in handcuffs.
Exactly.
That's the way you do it. And you especially do it that way when the sheriff tows the car belonging to the sister and her husband and impounds it. You do that when the sheriff and the FBI continuously return to the sister and her husband's home, taking pictures in the middle of the night with the lights off, suggesting there may be something that they need to capture in the same hour of night as Nancy Guthrie went missing from her home.
Fair.
Go back time and time again to search the home and take belongings from the home and take photographs of the home, which is not the crime scene. So this is what a responsible reporter does. What they don't do is stage news. Okay, I need to help you, Fredo, because you're a little begging to my lawyer to get me to lay off if you didn't work. So this is what you're going to have to deal with.
So she brings up about how he was out pictured biking, but at the same time, he was supposed to have COVID. And then he did this whole news story where, not a news story, but on his Instagram, I'm coming out the basement for the first time, but he had already been out and about outside. And he got caught by the paparazzi. So that's the story that she's going to mention. But it's interesting that he used her same lawyer, which, I mean, these people all use the same lawyers. Like, there's a lot of people who we like who have used lawyers that Trump has used before, right? But that her lawyer was told, like, hey, can you lay off of, Chris Cuomo? Can you not talk about him? Because, he's supposed to be somebody who's honest and, you're able to say whatever and, you're not afraid. But yet you didn't want Meghn Kelly talking. So why you want her to shut up,
He lost his job because he was helping his brother with his brother was accused of
I saw that of naughty, wasn't he? He's been naughty boy.
Naughtiness. Yeah. We're gonna move on. Thank you, AT2, for your insight. That was great. Guys, put a 1 in the chat if you want to continue the live with Meghn and Harry. I got a little bit on them. Megan's posting stuff while her uncle by marriage has been arrested. Why are you posting stuff? Why are you trying to make things about you again? She won't even let her brother-in-law get arrested right without her posting something. Posting herself. This is what she's doing. Okay? Chill. You're a brute. This was 22 hours ago. Chill, you're a brute. Well, pour slowly and finish with a fresh raspberry for garnish. Effortless, unfussy, and just celebratory enough for a easy evening in or before a fun night out. This is stupidity at its best.
Well, thank goodness she told me, because I had no idea you can do things like that.
Before you go out.
Before I could put a little raspberry in some champenoise and make it taste better. Thank you, Meghn. I'm grateful. I'm grateful for that.
For letting us know.
Changed my life. Really did.
This is that stupid stuff.
Slop. Strawberry slop.
Look at this dress. Looks weird.
That's not fitting. The top of it's too.
It's not. It's too big.
No. The dress is too big.
Yeah. And who are you getting these glasses for? You have no friends or family.
That's just for her. That's all for me. She's going, this is all for me, Harry. What are you going to have?
Yeah. This is my drink. None for you, Harry. As if she's pouring it for her father or for her family or for his family or for a friend. These are all studio people.
Yeah.
Now, if this was in the store when I bought my bottle of champagne for the new year, I would have bought it, but I'm not ordering it.
No, don't waste your money.
What is this?
It's the ice cube as ever. Whatever.
Her uncle, her brother-in-law just went to jail. Who ain't nobody posting?
Oh, she is not
but she
not one to waste the attention. Attention is attention.
Yeah, I mean, she's not gonna let it go. It's all about me. It's all about me. It's all about me. Let's see Catherine and William on their outing.
Well, if the royal family are going to hell and back, she might as well use it for her advantage.
Wow, what an insensitive person she is. William and Catherine. Doing their thing. They're not worried about Andrew, what they supposed to do?
Carrying on.
Carry on. Oh, that's a pretty dress.
She's got such a lovely figure.
Yeah, she does. She's definitely a model. wait, let me find this website.
Now go home and then
Beautiful, beautiful moment.
Yeah, they are. I'm going to leave you guys because it's gone 9 o'clock.
There
I'm
is
going to get
no
ready to
denying
bed.
that the palace have lost.
Okay, hold on. Why is she on there? Okay, lovely. Thank you for joining us. I know it's been 3 hours. I say we keep going, guys, or no?
I'll still listen to you, but I'm just going to get ready for bed and get into bed. But you can carry on. Okay,
It's
see
so
you all.
good to have you up here. Thank you.
Okay. See you. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Let's see. I think I had. Let's see. Uh-oh.
The royal family's good name is being abused, whistleblower told the palace. And here is the devastating headline. Email proves King Charles was warned about his brother Andrew's secret deals. Now, this has major implications. King Charles was warned as long ago as 2019 that the royal family's name was being abused by Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's business associations. In a bombshell email, a whistleblower told the palace that the former Duke had secret financial links to controversial millionaire financier David Rowland, who was abusing his royal links. Messages seen by the Mail on Sunday also appear to show that Andrew, who was sensationally arrested on Thursday over suspicions of misconduct in public office, allowed Mr. Rowland to effectively join in with his official duties. Well, the real killer headline is email proves Charles was warned about Andrew. Let's have a look at the implications of this in the company of Rupert Bell, who is Talk's royal correspondent. Good morning, Rupert.
Good morning, Mark.
What a piece of news to wake up to.
Yeah, well, this was always likely to be where it could be heading, because there is still so many questions to be answered with the king, because obviously how much may have he known even about the Virginia Guthrie payment and what was involved there? And have they at any stage been sort of shielding and protecting his younger brother? And these emails just, while he's still, innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, it's the way that this drip feed of sort of allegations are sort of tarnishing and continuing to tarnish the reputation of the royal family. Andrew is dragging them down.
Put a 1 in the chat if you want to move on to Harry and Meghan. Put a 2 in the chat if you're still interested in knowing what's going on with Andrew with the latest updates. So put a 1 in the chat for Harry and Meghan, a 2 in the chat for Andrew. Really, Dale? You don't even like Harry and Meghan. That is so interesting that you would pick that. Hello, Dale. You don't even like Harry and Meghan. You always thought we talked too much about them. Now you want to hear about them? That's odd.
And by his various associations with people that are causing problems. And that is why it led, obviously, to the scenes we saw on Thursday morning with him being driven away to a police station in Norfolk. And we are not going to see the end of this. This will continue. And once it gets to a court of law, then again, further revelations, I'm sure, as people make their defense or the prosecution So it's all going to be very uncomfortable reading for all members of the royal family. And obviously, it most notably for the king, because really, how much did he know? If back in 2019, he knew that Andrew was potentially abusing his position and passing on information, which is part of the allegations that the police are investigating, then this is a further damaging look for the royal family. It can't be good.
Well, that's right. And following a lot of feedback from my viewers and listeners, Rupert, I've focused a little less on Andrew today because there are many problems facing the country. And one of the reasons why editorially I can justify that is because it's quite clear that as a brand, Andrew is over, notwithstanding these serious criminal allegations that face him, which he denies. He's a busted flush. Andrew is over.
It's
The
over.
issue we've got here in regard to this.
It's been over. We don't need to make an announcement that it's been over. It's been over, hasn't it? It's been over. I know. Let's keep talking about Andrew. Meghn and them ain't doing nothing.
Exclusive from the Mail on Sunday is collateral damage to the king.
Yeah, and to the royal family as a whole. And that is where this whole situation is leading. You're right, Andrew is toast, burnt toast. And as a result, and Sarah Ferguson, you know, we keep reading about what she's been getting up to and, you know, what's going on. So that brand is well and truly a busted flush. Right, now the royal family are trying to make sure they're not being dragged into the situation. And yet it's going to be very hard for them, and particularly for the king. And obviously, when the late Queen was alive, she was, you know, deemed to be often protecting her son, you know, trying to make sure that he, you know, still seemed to be behaving within the sort of bounds of respectability. But, you know, when you've got these payments of $12 million going out, you would actually, most people say, why? And then you see these emails, and there were warnings throughout Andrew's time as trade envoy, and people saying that he was potentially abusing his position. So the royal family know that at the moment Andrew is eating away by his actions at the credibility of the royal family, and this is where it becomes a constitutional issue. And for the king, in his mid-70s, as we've said before, battling his own health issues, this is a big strain on him, because he'll be waking up, seeing these headlines and thinking, here we go again.
And if Charles turned a blind eye to what was happening in 2019, would you put that down to naivety, incompetence, or misguided loyalty to his younger brother?
I suppose at once, the last of those you'd probably feel, because it's a family situation. If you take out the overall situation, yes, he's in the royal family, but he's still his younger brother. Now, that is always something, you know, families do stick together, and the royal family have this would always try to be seen to sticking together. But it feels like this is misguided loyalty if he didn't get a grip of it. We don't know the full details of these emails and absolutely what may or may not have been said at the time. Bearing in mind, in 2019, he was stripped of being in public life. And perhaps if you look at what was happening then, probably the king might have said, well, you're off into exile as it is now in 2019. That's the end of it. We knew, and that's perhaps what we did at the time. But this is the problem. They thought it may go away then, but it hasn't. It's just got worse and worse. And with the release of all these Epstein files, it has led to the scenes that we saw on Thursday morning. So I think the royal family thought they were dealing with it and maybe believed what Andrew may have said to them. I don't know what conversations took place. And they said, okay, we draw a line in the sand here. But the reason I think that we saw him being stripped of his title as prince and various other, the Duke of York at the time, was because in the end, the king lost patience and said, I don't know where this is going to end. I've got to take another step further. Well, the next step further will be to lose his place in the order of succession, which has to go through Parliament, for which he is 8th in line to the throne.
And it's therefore, following this rather devastating exclusive on the part of the Mail on Sunday and their excellent political journalist Glenn Owen and our own international editor Isabel Oakeshott, who's going to join me at 8:05 in just a few minutes' time. With this new headline, email proves Charles was warned about Andrew's secret deals. It's now not inconceivable, Rupert, that the king may fall.
Well, I think that's
not
a
tomorrow,
hard one.
not next week, not next month, but if there's a sufficient argument that can be put together that the king knew what Andrew was up to, it becomes untenable, doesn't it?
I think you have to wait to the court of law. At the moment, you can't just by association, guilt by association. That is what you're sort of implying there.
Right.
Is it? Yeah, and you can't do that. You have to prove things in a court of law. Now, if Andrew is found to have done what it maybe is alleged, then and is found guilty, and then through the court of law, it comes out that maybe there was some protection of Andrew going on, then yes. But until that stage, you can't do everything.
But
just
even politically, it would be difficult for the king, wouldn't it? In these modern times, Rupert, where the CEO always has to step down, even if it's a junior that made the mistake, if Andrew is convicted and Charles knew anything, it's harder for him to stay king.
It is hard, and it will be hard, because the court of public opinion will be very much against him, and that will be heartbreaking for him. But if they have protected Andrew, because it comes out in wherever, then it will put pressure on the king. But at the moment, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves.
Yes.
We keep being surprised by all these revelations.
Wise words. Rupert, always a highlight to have you on. We'll get to that shortly, but another massive story. A developing breaking story at 8:06. Mail on Sunday exclusive. The royal family's good name is being abused. Whistleblower tells the palace. And here is the killer headline. This is damning, folks. Email proves...
Going over the Norway's royal scandals as far as the Epstein files is.
King Charles, says the Mail on Sunday, in a world exclusive, was told a long time ago, in fact, as long ago as 2019, that the royal family's name was being abused by Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's business associations. The paper have revealed that in a bombshell email, a whistleblower told the palace that the former Duke had secret financial links to controversial millionaire financier David Rowland, who was abusing his royal links. Messages seen by the Mail on Sunday
You're welcome to come up,
also appear to show that Andrew, who was sensationally arrested on Thursday over suspicions of misconduct in public office, allowed Mr.
Did you hear about the king's brother being arrested, Paulie? See, I don't believe they knew, Paulie. I don't believe King Charles knew. But some of my subscribers think so. Yeah. Yeah. That would be horrible if it fell. Hello, Cassandra. So good to see you. I just realized I'm not green and wondering why. Oh, why aren't you green? That is weird. I don't know. That is crazy. Yeah, try to come back in, Cassandra. Oh, you want to come up? Dell, you're more than welcome. I know that you can't come up. If they knew, I mean, I think about it as parents too. I know, because what did the queen know? What didn't the queen know? You know, we can't speculate. You know, we can, but we don't know for sure.
Roland, to effectively join in with his official duties. Well, the headline, folks, is that King Charles, according to this world exclusive, knew about Andrew's activities. Could this have implications for his position as the monarch of this country? Isabel Oakeshott is the co-author of this world exclusive. She joins us now. Good morning, Isabel.
Good morning, Mark. Well, I feel that this is the direction that this whole sorry saga is heading. I think the questions now are really, what did the most senior members of the royal family, obviously the buck ultimately stopping with the king now, know about Andrew's behaviour? When did they find out about it? And what did they actually do about it? And what my exclusive in today's Mail on Sunday reveals is that the king was warned that Andrew was basically enmeshed with some pretty questionable characters as he sought to fund his lavish lifestyle. For many years, there were questions over how on earth Andrew was actually paying for things, you know, because he was clearly living a very fancy lifestyle, private jets, fancy hotels, traveling all over the world. Well, some years ago, I was able to answer that question through a cache of emails that I received between Andrew himself and two prominent businessmen.
What the queen knew and what the queen didn't know. That is, thank you for becoming a member, Cassandra. I appreciate that. The things the queen must know. Can you imagine? Can you guys imagine? Yes, sweetheart. I told you Charles knew. Of course he had to know. Hello, Ellie. I'm still on the fence with it, Ellie. I mean, just these people telling me that he knew is not going to be enough. I need more proof. Yeah, I need a little bit more proof. Oh, okay. Thank you. Oh, thank you for becoming a member, Polly. Let's put some hearts in the chat for Polly and Cassandra for becoming new members. Thank you, guys. They just look the other way. I just believe if they knew he was giving away secrets, that they would say something to him and make him stop doing it or whatever. I just don't believe they knew about the secrets. I don't think they knew how engulfed he was with Epstein as far as the relationship he had with him. I just don't think they knew. Sorry. And that's me giving them the benefit of the doubt at the moment, because if some more stuff comes up that they did know, then I will be questioning King Charles as far as how much did you know? Did you know that your brother was over there doing these nefarious things with women, with these girls? Did you know that? Oh, see, most of my subscribers believe that he knew. It's going to be hard convincing me. I think the queen absolutely knew. See, Holly Sensitive said the same thing. The queen is no longer with us, so it's irrelevant what she knew. Let's deal with the living at the point and then go forward backwards. Oh, thank you for the hearts, Carla. Oh, you did buy a membership. Oh, you mean for others. Oh, but thank you for buying a membership. I appreciate it. Thanks for the hearts, Diane. Yeah. I think they thought he was a tart, but not selling secrets. Exactly. Exactly. Happy Sunday. Let's give it up for Polly. Put some more hearts in the chat for Polly for giving me a super chat, a super sticker. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much, sweetheart. And so does Dell. Everybody's saying that they knew. And William wasn't going to tolerate this crap. I think they knew at some point, but I don't think they knew until he got arrested and they realized that he had a relationship with him, and then they started stripping him of his titles. That's when I think that they knew. Thank you for the super chats. I couldn't figure out how to buy memberships, y'all, next time. Oh, thank you, Polly. Aw, thank you. Oh, highly sensitive believes that too. Most of you guys believe that he knew. I'm the only one. I'm the Long Ranger because Hudson thinks so. Yes, Carla was here. Letitia, they are telling you on the screen they have email proof. What more do you need? A written confession? If they can't prove it, lawsuit would be filed. Email proves Charles was warned about his brother's secret deals. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, Ellie. I'm still on the fence with it. Okay, he was selling deals. How much did Charles know of that? Did he try to stop his brother? What could he do at that point if his brother was selling secrets? Oh, and then he found out, and then what was he supposed to do? Tell the police? I'm just trying to figure it out. Why is Charles being blamed and being scrutinized for what his brother was doing? And I think he knew at a certain extent, but I don't think he knew in the beginning. Polly thinks so too. Everybody thinks so. Sorry, guys. I'm the Long Ranger. Oh, yes. And Carla, you're more than welcome to come up. I've dropped a link. Whoever wants to come up and voice their opinion about this, they're more than welcome. I think Charles knew for a long time that Andrew was a deviant. I don't care how much anyone wants to claim they would help their family out. 12 million is a lot of money. You have to ask questions and what proof of everything. Yeah, I don't know if I would have given the money or not if I was in that predicament. But if they knew then, what was they supposed to do? Go to the police? What was Charles, his mother, and his father, what were they supposed to do when they found out that their beloved Andrew was a PDF file? Even now. Like, what are they supposed to do? They're letting the authorities handle his secret dealings. But what are they supposed to do, though? And I think that's what Demon Dictator, me and demon dictator was trying to figure out, what do they want the family to do? I don't know. I'm still in the middle. I don't know. The king played dumb and looked the other way. I don't believe he knew until it came out. That's when I believed it, Lisa. That's when I believed they knew. When it came out, that's when his brother found out. He found out, but he didn't find out way before we did. Yes, sweetheart. That's enough, Milky Dew. Where are we going? Are we going to go eat somewhere? It was a weird. Pika. You know how, like, older generations were able to do that. Look at the other way and pretend it didn't happen. No, but that's not good, Polly. That's not good. Oh, I'm still on the fence. You can't help me, Ellie. I'm still on the fence. Letitia, let me help you over the fence. Hudson tried to help me over the fence. It was a Royal Daily Tea. What was on Royal Daily Tea? Oh, okay. Oh, no, I wasn't me down. Honey, can you come get a little bit? What if the king was a freak too? Shame on him, Polly.
That wasn't over here.
Okay, look. Beautiful swan.
Mommy, Mom!
Yeah, I'm trying to get comfortable with you up
What's
here.
this thing?
That button is a mute button.
I think
That'll mute me, and no one will be able to hear me, but you.
But you, but me.
But you. I don't feel qualified to chat on this, Letitia. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Well, I remember that situation with the king and Camilla having their little moment. Oh, you know enough. I don't think she hates you. I think Auntie Mickey doesn't hate you, but your comments can come across a little racy at times. Well, stop protecting him. Who, me? Protecting who? Silence makes them guilty. Ooh, Ellie, not necessarily. Anything coming out and saying things make you guilty. I think his speech was beautiful. And he said that, the law now is going to take over and do what they need to do to bring some justice. Now, if the king was standing in the way and trying to protect Andrew at this point, then that would make it seem he is complicit. Pickles high. Yes, I'm feeling better, but pain is minimum now. Oh. Yeah, I don't think she hates you, Del. She just, sometimes your comments can come off a little racy. What other chat? Okay.
Known as the Rowlands, who he was working with. I was able to reveal how Andrew was making his money. And the answer to that was that he was acting as a door opener for the Rowlands, who had a private bank and business dealings all over the world in some extremely shady places. Now, crucially, the Rowlands weren't breaking any laws. They were being pretty smart, actually. This arrangement worked brilliantly for them because...
Hi, Kevin. I was just saying earlier, there's something extraordinary in what's going on here. I mean, we of course know all about the predicament of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, 11 hours in a police interrogation room yesterday, came out cowering in the back of that car. That in itself was a mistake. He should have stood up strong.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sat up strong, you know, but be a man about it. But that was not a good look. But along the way, so the King issues that perfunctory statement yesterday and says, oh, we'll cooperate fully. When I suggested to a few of my guests yesterday, well, the police will have to sit down with the King to find out what he knew, what he knows. I was, oh, no. They won't actually, the police won't actually talk to the King. They'll talk to his courtiers, to his officials, to his exec. They won't actually sit down with the King. Well, I would suggest, A, that it's absurd if they don't, and B, this is exactly the kind of antiquated deference that this nation needs to snap out of, indeed grow out of. Wouldn't you agree? Well, if they don't sit down with the King, you can end up with a similar problem that they had with the Borough. Well, they didn't sit down with the Queen. The Queen then remembered the sort of recollection that the Borough had actually told her what was going on and that he was keeping stuff for safe storage. And the whole case collapsed, costing the taxpayer hundreds and hundreds of thousands of pounds. So the only problem with interviewing the King will be that he can't give evidence in his own court, because the court's brought his name. But they can certainly ask questions, and why shouldn't they? Indeed. And there's one big thing, though, Kevin, is this whole thing about this money that was paid to Virginia Guthrie. The Sun ran the story. We've just had David Dimbleby, you know, the doyen of BBC Broadcasting, questioning this on the World at One. You know, the fact is, who paid that money? I think we have a right to know, because did it come from our money? Or, you know, it's 12 million quid was paid to this poor girl.
Andrew,
and why was it paid to her? And now there was whisperings.
Andrew is scared. That's what that was, Paulie. That was a scared-to-do look. I'm scared, I'm sweating, I'm in some serious trouble. I think he is gravitating to the trouble that he's actually in, that he could spend time in jail, even life. Ain't that something? The prince's brother could spend life in prison. Sorry, guys, you're not going to be able to convince me that King Charles knew before and that he could have did something sooner. I think he's doing everything he should be doing, and I like his actions in this situation. I do. They stripped him of his titles way before he got arrested. They've been doing things behind the scenes to try to reprimand him. They stripped him of his titles. They stripped him of his duties. They need to take him off the line of succession. They're doing what they need to be doing. And guess who's not being accountable? America. Yeah. No, but look at the reflection eyes. That is enlarged pupils. He was partying on rugs. LOL. Oh, you think he had a drink or two? Maybe he had a drink or two the night before. It was his birthday when they arrested him. Yeah, his eyes are huge because he knows he's going down. He's scared. He had a scared-to-do look. If you look at my thumbnails the night before, you'll see how scared he looked. Yeah, he is repulsive. He is, because you know he's done something nefarious and something bad. Exactly, Maureen.
After the Sun ran the story that it was partly the Queen, partly Philip, and a bit for the King, they were whispering saying, oh, it wasn't from the King. Well, we need these things carried, you know, on the record, really, and stop the whispering.
Yeah, I think that I've been saying all along that the epicenter of the scandal engulfing the royal family is that 12 million quid. You know, of course, that isn't anything to do with the current
No, it's not.
Investigation, but that
a lot of money.
But that is hovering in the wings. I mean, you know, the 9 police forces are investigating Andrew's alleged activity, potential involvement in Epstein's sex trafficking racket. You know, flying 90 girls into the country and paying off one of Epstein's victims, hush money, 12 million quid by the royal family, was a terrible, terrible decision, and B, we need to know where that money came from. But the king was quick to deny last week.
He didn't officially deny it. It was the sources and all that. It was not denied.
Because Andrew Lowney, you know, the author who wrote Entitled, he said to me, he said, if the king is saying that, he said the king is lying.
Now clearly the Sun ran it, and they thought that they knew it was true as well.
So if the king contributed to that, I mean, the 2 other benefactors, if you like, are no longer with us, the Queen and Prince Philip. But if the king contributed to that money, then he's in a world of trouble. But that even if he didn't, the royal family, I think this will be, you know, the worst, the epicenter of the crisis engulfing them. That money, they gave money, hush money, to a victim not to reveal Jeffrey Epstein's sordid secrets. That is a dreadful thing for them to have done, and the king is going to have to explain it.
And why are you part of such a cover-up? I mean, that is, you know, at the end of the day, we're now hearing that the full letter of the law will be followed. Well, you know, that wasn't the case then, was it? Because money was paid, lots of money, to a woman that Andrew claimed he has no recollection of even knowing. Right. So you just give her a 12 million quid. Exactly. No recollection of money. And nobody really questioned it, was even allowed to question it at the time. It just sort of went away, and it was in the year of the Queen's Diamond, Queen's Jubilee. So everyone said it's best that this all goes away. And Andrew then said, I am going to fight and clear my name. No, he didn't. He didn't clear his name. He just paid 12 million quid to this girl, and who ended up killing herself.
Yeah, and as a point of interest, the solicitor, the lawyer, helping or representing Andrew right now, a guy called Gary Bloxham, was also part of the team that came up with the £12 million payoff solution to Andrew's predicament way back when. So that is an interesting development as well. But yeah, I mean, the idea that the then Prince of Wales, now the King, didn't know anything about this money, and that Andrew turned to his family and said, oh, I need 12 million quid to shut this woman up. And they just said, well, so what would you have said then, Rob? You go, well, why? What is it that she's going to say? Well, I've never met her. But she might go to court. Oh, if you haven't met her, here's £12 million. Do me a favour. This story doesn't
take his belief. It doesn't matter. There's no way. No one in their right mind would do that. They wouldn't do that. And also, he said he was going to fight the case and clear his name. It was never the intention of that. Clearly, never the intention. He also said that money he do work for these victims. You know, the victims were the last thing on his mind. In fact, in that interview with Emily Maitlis, he didn't even mention them. But we're now dealing with really, another more complex case, aren't we? This is a case where did he or didn't he betray secrets? Well, it looks like he did betray secrets, but is it enough to get over the line for a prosecution? But what about the victims here? And what about the cover-up here? What about the hush money? Because ultimately, this has been going on for 16 years.
Ellie, I am listening to the chat. I'm listening to the chat. I'm listening to this gentleman. Of course, I'm listening to you guys' point of view. But it's going to be difficult to persuade me into thinking something other than what I currently think, Ellie. And it's okay for me to have my own opinion. But never did I say that I would not listen to what the chat has to say about their opinion on King Charles. And most of all of you believe that he knew. So it's okay for me to go against the grain. No, I'm not standing by him regardless. I'm standing behind him because I think he's innocent in this situation. I don't think that he should be crucified for what his brother has done. Then respectfully, I want to ask you, why are you even here if the conversation changes nothing? And the conversation does changes things. It's just not going to change my mind unless there's more proof and more understanding that King Charles had a lot more to do with this situation than what we're talking. I don't believe that we need to crucify one over another because one knew. What was he supposed to do? Oh, I'm going to turn you in, Andrew, because I know what you were doing. Let's say in 2008 when Epstein got arrested the first time. I believe they knew when everybody else started to find out that Andrew was over there messing with the to-dos. I don't think that, and maybe the queen knew, but I don't think that she knew exactly what Andrew was over there doing. That's my answer to you, Ellie. Okay, Andrew was assigned to trade envoy of other duties given to him by his mom. Those were their jobs. They weren't working in the same office building, if you will. See? Yeah, like, yes, he's been punished a lot by Charles. Letitia Wright. Holly, says Carla. So let's crucify King Charles. Let's take his kingdom from him. Let's behead him too because of the sins of his brother. I would not want to be defined by the sins of my sister. So day to day, Charles Andrew wouldn't necessarily know what the other was doing. Exactly. Like, how would they know that? Hello, Ziggy Lee. Oh, I know. We haven't seen you in a while. It's good to see you. There's a lot going on. Let me see if I can catch up. I'll play it as it's catching up.
Get it? I mean, or more. And nobody did anything about it then. Nobody said, we've got to look into this.
Yeah.
It's shocking. It's shocking.
And I just don't feel when the royal family get embroiled in these kind of crises, you and I are old enough to remember, not quite the Edward VIII.
I don't know what's going on with my sister. She went out the other night with the sky. I heard that through the grapevine, through my mom. Do I know the guy's name? No. Do I know where they went to go eat? No. Do I know any more details about that? No. Good night, Carla. Have a great one. Yeah, Ziggy Lee changed her name because we accidentally blocked her, and I don't know how to unblock. So, Carla, if your brother needed you to give him $12 million to settle a lawsuit when you ask questions, yes, that's a given. That's a given. But even if my sister said, hey, I need this money because of this guy is saying that I did something to him. I think for me, because it's my sister, I would tend to believe her that she didn't do anything to him, and I would give her the money. Yeah. And then later, as I find out more and more comes out that, maybe something did happen, then I would be pissed off, angry, and upset and not be trying to protect him. And I don't think the family is trying to protect Andrew. Do you guys? Nothing we say is going to change your mind. Not necessarily, because Hudson said some things. You guys are saying some things that are very, very acknowledgement worthy. That, yes, what about this, Letitia? And what about that, Letitia? And what about this? But I'm tending to give him the benefit of the doubt until I know in my heart that I believe that he knew. And I'm having a hard time with this too, Ellie, that I am supposed to be scrutinized and accountable for what someone else has done. That is not fair. That's saying that I went with him to the crime scene and was if not there, parked out in front of the house waiting on him to come out. And that is not the case. Does that make sense? Yeah, exactly. I am playing devil advocate. That is true. Yes. Exactly. Because I respect you guys' opinion. I respect the fact that you believe that he knew. I'm not going to tell you that, go against that, something that you said. That would just be wrong. But I'm sorry it may have came across as you guys are not going to convince me. But it's interesting to hear your point of view. But right now, I'm still on that fence of why do I have to be scrutinized for my brother's actions? That's my biggest argument right there. I am. I don't have any evidence that he didn't know. And I think the emails, yeah, that could be something. But I like to hear things in threes too, Ellie. I'm a 3 person. Like I got to hear it over and over and over again. I am hearing that people think that he knew. They don't know for sure. They're not 100% sure that King Charles knew. I don't believe that. Ellie, sorry. Polly, I agree with you. It only works when both sides have an open dialogue and state facts. That's true. I don't have any factuals that says he didn't know. I don't have that. Yeah, I don't have that. But I'm not assuming or believing that this email situation is the do or die between him knowing what happened. Sorry. I'm just not. Ziggy Lee. Oh, yeah, you are. Yes. See what happened to Ziggy Lee? I think at this point, the king should deal with his brother, and William will handle Harry. Good observation, highly sensitive. What do you think William is going to do to handle Harry? From 2001 to 2010, Andrew served as the UK Special Representative for International Trade and Investment, but resigned following scrutiny of his expenses and accusations with controversy figures. I could see him misusing the funds. Demon dictator. I could see that. Now, when reports came into the Queen on trade deals and numbers didn't quite up, she probably got a few clues. Exactly. She probably realized, oopsie daisy, my son has did some nefarious things. I know, it's so good to see Ziggy Lee, isn't it, Diane? Andrew was removed as trade envoy in 2011. He was dealt with then. Uh-oh. So why are they bringing it back up? Carlos, if that's true and they paid to give the Queen peace, that doesn't change the fact that they knew and are the guilty because they wanted to protect themselves. Protect themselves from I like to listen to all theories. It lets me brainstorm. My biggest thing, Polly, with this whole situation is I am not going to be accountable for something that my brother did. I am not going to do that. And as as I could see him doing that as a king. Like, look, I'm cooperating with the police officers with his arrest, whatever they need to do. If my brother has done something nefarious, then they need to take action. That's what I see a king is doing, and I commend him on that. And the difference between Andrew and what is happening in the U.S., there was enough evidence to pursue criminal charges. Yes, Debbie. And there's enough evidence to pursue here too. But we're not. We're pretending.
Abdication, although I'm not that far.
Sometimes I feel like
I'm not that far off, but we can remember the crisis after the death of Diana in 1998, when they completely, catastrophically misjudged the mood of the nation, didn't put the flag up to half mast on Buckingham Palace, and the Queen had to make a speech. When this tends to happen, the royal family always look like foxes caught.
Exactly. What the hell am I supposed to do with this information? Who am I going to go tell? The arresting officer? Go to the police station and say, I just found out my brother gave some secrets to Epstein. We all found out when they found out. They may have found out a couple of days before we did, but I think they found out at the same freaking time. Debbie says, so far in the U.S., hearings are still ongoing. Evidence is still being gathered to see if it meets the bar for charges to be filed. It's interesting, Debbie, that they're hiding the files, not really coming out with all of them, and then exonerating people that they haven't even investigated yet. Okay, let me ask the question to everyone. Ellie has a question. Debbie, I pray that the charges will be filed. Abdicate. See, I don't believe that, Debbie. Do you guys believe that the UK government and the security are a bunch of idiots? Don't you think as soon as they hit the fan 15 years ago, the government didn't do their homework? As far as do what? Was they supposed to investigate? Is that what you're saying, Ellie? Yeah, I do too, highly sensitive. Charles didn't mind Andrew's corruption. He just couldn't tolerate him anymore once he saw the sick videos with children. Feelings aren't evidence. Dell, you do what? Think the UK governments are idiots. Wow.
In the headlight. They don't seem to know how to handle these situations. And right now, I don't think the king is handling this at all well. Do you?
Oh,
I don't. I mean, I think that the one thing the Queen did in that occasion, which wasn't, of course, criminal, but was certainly potentially existential for the actual monarchy at the time of Diana's death, she went and addressed the nation. She was the mother of the nation. She stood and she basically acknowledged there had been mistakes, and she addressed them. And people afterwards went, fair enough. That's what happened. I think that the look was so wrong when Prince Andrew was being arrested. His brother then issued that statement, and the statement was okay. I thought the statement, was enough. We will cooperate with the police. Well, of course you have to. Everyone has to.
Wasn't that the beginning of the end, though, Ellie? Wasn't that the beginning of them trying to do something? Wasn't that the family acting on, okay, wait a minute, we got a bad apple in our midst. Let's remove him from duty. Let's remove his titles. Let's remove him from his home. Let's ostracize him. Haven't the royal family been doing something to fix this problem? What are they supposed to do with him? Put him on a corner butt naked?
But the fact is, it was pretty good. He said, we're going to try and carry on doing our duty. I think he should have done a bit more than that. I think he should have gone on screen, not necessarily, been interviewed by anyone, but just give a statement down the barrel so that people could see his eyes, see that the sympathy that he would probably feel towards him, actually. And he would say, maybe with William on his shoulder, just saying, look, we've got to think that we will follow the law, as he said. We will make sure everything's on. But I just want to assure you now that my institution is listening. The thing I lead, the institution I lead, will be transparent. It will be accountable. And moving forward, we will learn from any things we have to learn from. At least that would have been addressing the issue instead of sitting at a fashion show talking to Stella McCartney.
God, that was very, very strange. I totally agree with you. I think the sort of headline on this, Rob, is, yesterday was a terrible, terrible day for the royal family generally, obviously, and obviously a particularly catastrophic day for Andrew Mountbatten Windsor on his 66th birthday. But people say, oh, well, anyone who thinks that's the end of the trouble, I think it's only just beginning, don't you?
I think that there's a long way to go, but what I would say, Karen, is I think they've got to learn from this and say, look, in 1917, George V turned around and said, oh, there's a lot of guys coming back from the war. A lot of them were armed, a lot of them were very disgruntled. Monarchies were falling all over the place, like dominoes in Europe, and we were still called the House of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha. Lloyd George, Lord Stamford, advised George V, you've got to change things. So he dumped all the prince and princesses, did all this. He changed things. This is a moment to actually say, we are going to change things. We're going to become more transparent, more open, more honest. And by doing that, you're not going to be having people so entitled and so complacent working for you. Because at the end of the day, when these things allegedly happened, Andrew was not Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, which is a thing we keep referring to now. He was His Royal Highness Prince Andrew, the Duke of York, second son of the Queen.
Yeah, you're totally right. I mean, what King Charles needs to do as a matter of urgency is what the Queen did back then when after they got it all wrong after Diana died. She made a very gracious speech to the nation and the problem was solved. So the King ought to remember that and do something.
This is on the side. What do you think are the repercussions for Prince Harry? Because, he's been trying to get his security and that would be paid for by the British taxpayers.
Okay, guys, we're closing it down. I've been here 4 hours. What do you guys think, really quick, about Harry and Meghan losing their titles? Do you think they're in some type of trouble?
Who are not only facing economic hardships, but are seemingly fed up with the monarchy right now.
Yes, I mean, Harry must be watching this with some feeling that, thank goodness they're not focusing on me. And thank goodness, an annoyance that they're not focusing on him. But yeah, it does raise all sorts of questions about whether the fact that the monarchy and the king can be pretty ruthless, no royal is above the law or above any action, pretty ruthless action being taken. And I think we are going to see some reforms being announced, more transparency about records and finances. And I think we may well see some moves to remove titles from anyone who isn't an active working royal. So I think they're going to deal with the Andrew and Harry problem at the same time.
Wow, so this is forthcoming this year.
Yes, I think there's a good chance that this has hastened the reforms that are so necessary that I think perhaps Charles was hoping that William would start. But I think that the public do want to see more obvious change. So I think those will be accelerated.
So Harry and Meghan, in your opinion, are likely and their children are likely to lose their titles. Now, he has said, his camp intimated at the beginning of this year that he was assured he would be getting royal security back. What do you think happens to that now?
Well, I mean, it's very hard to justify royal security paid for by the taxpayer when you're no longer a working royal, and when many of the working royals don't have proper security, and when you have plenty of money that you could do your own security, and where you're going to countries which are far more dangerous than Britain, and not too worried, and not getting security paid for by the British. So I think he's on a sticky wicket. I think the interesting question is what happens in the trial going on at the moment with the Mail. It could go, talking to people, it could go either way at the moment.
Hey, Demon Dictator.
Yeah, I just wanted to come on very quickly because I know that you're going to finish soon. But I was just thinking about the comments. If with Andrew and Charles, if you're talking about Virginia Giuffre, for example, if he goes, oh, I need to pay this girl £12 million, right? And £12 million, and he goes, because I did all these, right, behind the scenes, Andrew goes to his mother and Charles, I've done all these terrible things to her. I need to pay her £12 million. And they go, right, here's £12 million, shut her up and make sure she doesn't speak again. In public, he's going to sit there and say, yeah, I didn't do anything. Of course I didn't do anything to her, because he can't admit his guilt. So at that point, maybe Charles and Her Majesty the Queen did know what he's done.
Exactly.
But what can they do? They can't erase it.
Right. What were they supposed to do when they found out?
Yeah, they can't turn around and go, oh, you've been terrible. You know, they could have, well, they did. They took his titles away and they started in those days.
Yeah.
But what can they do if Andrew has done the deed and he's done the crime? The family can't turn back the time and make it go away or make it stop.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? That's why they go, nobody knows why he gave her £12 million. It's pretty obvious why he gave her £12 million, because he did do it. But he can't say that in public. So the royal family behind the scenes just paid her £12 million, sorted it out. Andrew, stop doing it, don't do it again. And now there's more and more things, and the royal family have just took all his titles away and fed him to the wolves. Right, you're going to have to pay for what you've done.
Exactly. That's when they probably knew something was going on. Continue. I'll be right back.
That's what I mean. This is what I'm saying. They're holding King Charles responsible for Andrew's behaviour. But once Andrew had done all these terrible things, it can't be undone. And nobody else can be held responsible for what he's done. Can't see the comments. I'll get my phone. So there.
Yeah. Steven, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
That's the point I was trying to make. That eventually they did find out and knew, but even then, what were they supposed to do other than what they have already done?
Yeah. Why is this girl demanding $12 million? Well, I actually did some pretty terrible things to her. Okay, well, we'll give her the money and tell us to go away. And they did. And behind the scenes, that's what was clearly went on behind the scenes. But in public, they're going to go, oh, I didn't know her. Of course I did. I didn't commit crimes. I didn't do these terrible things.
Exactly.
Ellie, I'm not justifying anything. I'm not agreeing with that it was correct, but you know, she got £12 million and she said, you know, give me £12 million or I'll speak. And they said, here you go, here's £12 million. Don't say anything. She agreed. That was the terms and conditions they agreed between themselves. Exactly. Got nothing to do with me or anybody else in our judgments. That was, they agreed that between themselves. Mm-hmm. And that's it. Doesn't make it right or wrong.
Them. They agreed upon that because they could have easily said no and went on with whatever they was going to go on with, investigating or
she could have
justice or whatever.
She did. She went on TV shows. She told the world what had happened to her. She went on many TV shows and told the world her story. So she wasn't silent by any means.
No.
But that was the agreement that she made with Prince Andrew. Give me £12 million and I'll keep quiet. And he went, there you go. But what can Charles do? He's done the crime. Charles can't, and the Queen can't do anything at this point.
I can see that. I'm really glad that I can see that blaming Charles is not going to change
but Ellie,
the situation.
sorry, you carry on because you carry on.
Like you said, what was he supposed to do? If I found out, what am I supposed to do? A, I can decide not to give the money. B, decide to give the money. But like you said, that was what the agreement was. But I do believe that blaming King Charles for something that his brother did it's not fair.
Yeah, it's not right, Ellie, and I'm sorry that that's happened to you, sweetheart. It happened to me too, and I know exactly what it's like. It happened to me too, and victims do need to be heard. And she did speak up. She spoke up many times on television. There is many documentaries on YouTube that she made where she said her piece as to what happened to her. A lot of victims are coming on Sean Atwood channel and they're saying their piece. Victims, of course, they can be heard. But in this case with Andrew, she made the agreement, the deal with Andrew, give me £12 million and I won't say it. There you go.
Yeah.
What can happen?
And
It's a terrible situation. It's horrid. It's horrible. That was the agreement that they made.
Issue. Why has it become his issue? Why has it become him that is being scrutinized and being blamed for something that his brother did? That was horrific and horrible. And right now is being held accountable for his actions, which is good. And nobody is standing in that way, because the palace could easily be like, we're standing by Andrew, but they're standing by the truth. They're allowing the investigation to take its course, which it should. Yeah. And I'm with you too. Sorry what happened to you, Ellie.
And I'm sorry, Ellie, what happened to you. And I'm sorry you didn't get your guilty verdict. I didn't get my guilty verdict either. But, these things are terrible things. But at the end of the day, that was the deal that Virginia made with Andrew and the palace. That's it. It is what it is, and it's not right, but it is what it is.
Yeah. And it's unfortunately she's not here to continue to tell her story.
Well, she did. She wrote her book. Book, and she put all the names in the book and everything that happened to her. So she used her voice for justice for herself and a lot of the victims. She really did. She was amazing. She was a powerhouse.
An advocate.
At the same time, she did make that agreement with Andrew in the palace. Give me 12 million and I'll keep my mouth shut. And that deal was honored by both sides, and that it is what it is.
Yeah, I don't think that he needs to come out with another statement. I don't think he needs to say anything further. I think he needs to continue to do his job as a king, and hopefully his people will continue to stand by him instead of scrutinizing him for something he did not do, and that they find justice with Andrew, that they investigate him to the fullest, to the extent. And also not just that, but I'm glad that they are doing something.
Yeah, they are. But again, Ellie, Charles is obligated to tell the truth. How do you know he's not telling the truth? How do you know behind the scenes they stripped Andrew Mountbatten of everything? Charles has handed him over to the police, said, you do whatever you want with him. And Charles said, we are cooperating with the police. Charles, the police are all over his house, Royal Lodge. Charles is cooperating with everything that he can. You don't know that he's not.
Now, this clip is talking about Harry and Meghan's titles being removed. What does this mean about Harry and Meghan? Is this going to shed some light on they needing to remove their titles and getting them out of the line of succession as well? Like, why are they being implicated?
Repercussions, and this is on the side. What do you think are the repercussions for Prince Harry? Because, he's been trying to get his security. and that would be paid for by the British taxpayers, who are not only facing economic hardships but are seemingly fed up with the monarchy right now.
Yes, I mean, Harry must be watching this with some feeling that, thank goodness they're not focusing on me, and thank goodness, an annoyance that they're not focusing on him. But yeah, it does raise all sorts of questions about whether the fact that the monarchy and the king can be pretty ruthless, no royal is above the law or above any action, pretty ruthless action being taken. And I think we are going to see some reforms being announced, more transparency about records and finances. And I think we may well see some moves to remove titles from anyone who isn't an active working royal. So I think they're going to deal with the Andrew and Harry problem at the same time.
Wow, so this is forthcoming this year.
Yes, I think there's a good chance that this has hastened
I
the
do. I
reforms that
reckon
are
it's
so
all
necessary.
going to go.
Do you agree with him?
Yeah, and Beatrice and Eugenie, I think they'll take them all away.
Oh, just get rid of them. Just take, because they're not senior working royals.
Yeah.
They are. Wow, they're gonna take away the titles of Beatrice and Eugenie. Ellie, you also think that Beatrice and Eugenie knew as well.
That I think perhaps Charles was hoping that William would start. But I think that the public do want to see more obvious change. So I think those will be accelerated.
So Harry and Meghan, in your opinion, and their children are likely to lose their titles. Now, he has said, his camp intimated at the beginning of this year that he was assured he would be getting royal security back. What do you think happens to that now?
Well, I mean, it's very hard to justify royal security paid for by the taxpayer when you're no longer a working royal, and when many of the working royals don't have proper security, and when you have plenty of money that you could do your own security, and where you're going to countries which are far more dangerous than Britain, and not too worried, and not getting the security paid for by the British. So I think he's on a sticky wicket. I think the interesting question is what happens in the trial going on at the moment with the Mail. It could go, talking to people, it could go either way at the moment.
All right, lovely people. I think I have talked and said enough about this situation.
Yeah.
Okay, let's shut it down. Let's go home. Let's enjoy the rest of our day on Sunday. Thank you guys so much for participating and being a part of the Mimi show. We will start talking about Mimi a little bit. I was going to talk about Mimi a little bit today, but we're at the 4-hour mark. I could stop this live and do a new one, but why would I do that? So
can I just say, Ellie, just take care of yourself. These things can be very triggering if you've been through it yourself. So just take care of yourself.
And don't think that we're like, oh, we're just on King Charles's side. He can't do anything wrong. He's part of the monarchy and all of that. No, I'm not seeing that at all. You can definitely see that people are taking it seriously because the prince, better known as Andrew, has been arrested. This is some serious stuff that's going down right now. Harry and Meghan didn't follow the rules. There's no way to prove those kids belong to Meghan and Harry. True. True. Oh, I know that's right. And you should never stop.
Absolutely, Ellie. You should. Good for you.
We all should.
I'll stand next to you. Ellie, I'll come and stand next to you when you do it. For sure.
Yeah. That's what it's about. It's about the victims. And hopefully they get justice more than what they've been getting. Thank you, highly sensitive. Fergie took both girls to lunch with Epstein after he was released from jail. I did have a video of where is Fergie.
All right, I'm going to drop off. I'll see you all later, guys.
Okay, lovely. Thank you so much. Let's play this really quick, guys, before we go. Where is Fergie?
imprisonment, there's no sign of his ex-wife.
Why haven't we seen her, and how is she taking all of this?
According to reports, Fergie is laying low on the other side of the world in the United Arab Emirates.
She packed her bags and started to go visit friends all over the world, and she's trying to stay under the radar.
Fergie has not been accused of any wrongdoing, but Epstein was her financial advisor and helped finance her lifestyle.
Fergie is probably legally in the clear, but when it comes to public perception, she's never going to be able to work again.
Today, Andrew is reportedly back at the farmhouse in the countryside where he lives with his 7 dogs, including the 2 corgis he inherited when his mother, Queen Elizabeth, died. That photograph of him looking shell-shocked and
yeah, he does. He looks shell-shocked. He looks like he has saw the light. I wanted to do a video on one of the victims. Maybe we can do Sean Atwood. He's spoken with some of the victims. So maybe we can do a video on one of them. It's going to be trigger warning because we're going to find out some things about them. I went on there earlier today to try to find a video. Sean Atwood. I didn't see anything. Let's look at this real quick. I'm going to do live. Because he's live right now. Okay, I don't see it. Andy arrested, ex-Prince Andrew arrest. I don't see Epstein files Britney Spears. Naomi Hamill. See, I don't see. I don't see anything right now. Will Andy face justice? Wow. This was going on 2 weeks ago. They were predicting it. Yeah, I can't find it. But we'll be looking out for it.
Slumped over in the backseat of a car following his release from police custody is splashed across the cover of just about. Prince Andrew faces potential imprisonment. There's no sign of his ex.
Radar.
Fergie has not been accused of. As former Prince Andrew faces potential imprisonment, there's no sign of his ex-wife.
Why haven't we seen her, and how is she taking all of this?
According to reports, Fergie is laying low on the other side of the world in the United Arab Emirates.
She packed her bags and started to go visit friends all over the world, and she's trying to stay under the radar.
Fergie has not been accused of any wrongdoing, but Epstein was her financial advisor and helped finance her lifestyle.
Fergie is probably legally in the clear, but when it comes to public perception, she's never going to be able to work again.
Today, Andrew is reportedly back at the farmhouse in the countryside where he lives with his 7 dogs, including the 2 corgis he inherited when his mother, Queen Elizabeth, died. That photograph of him looking shell-shocked and slumped over in the backseat of a car following his release from police custody is splashed across the cover of just about every newspaper in Britain today, and even the world. Andrew arrested, downfall. Now he's sweating. We've learned that he was fingerprinted and was subjected to a DNA swab. His mugshot was also taken, like a common criminal, according to one report.
The conditions there were very basic, unlike anything he's ever experienced in his life, and is certainly something that he will not want to experience again.
He was finally released from custody after enduring 11 hours of questioning. The photographer who took that now iconic photograph is speaking out. He says he had seconds to react as the SUV taking Andrew home left the police station. He clicked 6 times as the car sped past. The result, a snapshot that will go down in history.
Yeah.
As former Prince Andrew faces potential imprisonment, there's no sign of his ex-wife.
Why haven't we seen her, and how is she taking all of this?
According to reports, Fergie is laying low on the other side of the world in. the United Arab Emirates.
She packed her bags and started to go visit friends all over the world, and she's trying to stay under the radar.
Fergie has not been accused of any wrongdoing, but Epstein was her financial advisor and helped finance her lifestyle.
Fergie is probably legally in the clear, but when it comes to public perception, she's never going to be able to work again.
Today, Andrew is reportedly back at the farmhouse in the countryside where he lives with his 7 dogs, including the 2 corgis he inherited when his mother, Queen Elizabeth, died. That photograph of him looking shell-shocked and slumped over in the back seat of a car following his release from police custody is splashed across the cover of just about every newspaper in Britain today, and even the world. Andrew arrested, downfall, now he's sweating. We've learned that he was fingerprinted and was subjected to a DNA swab. His mugshot was also taken, like a common criminal, according to one report.
The conditions there were very basic, unlike anything he's ever experienced in his life. And is certainly something that he will not want to experience again.
He was finally released from custody after enduring 11 hours of questioning. The photographer who took that now iconic photograph is speaking out. He says he had seconds to react as the SUV taking Andrew home left the police station. He clicked 6 times as the car sped past. The result, a snapshot that will go down in history.
Wow, a snapshot that will go down in history, guys. This was a lovely live. Thank you so much. We will take a look at Naomi Campbell. I heard about her being friends with Epstein for quite some time. I heard she was on the list as well, highly sensitive. Tyra Banks isn't innocent either. I've heard some stuff about her. No, I don't. I think you could just like Google it. Demon Dictator. I know, right, Debbie? I know. It wasn't just men. The madam, the lady of the Maxwell was the corporate behind this whole Sadu. You know? I'm with you on that, Debbie. Exactly. Exactly. There is more to this story than meets the eye. Let me show you. I got one more. That was Fergie. Then they want to know, could this be the end for Andrew? Well, hell yeah. Listen to this. Beheaded.
Lady Leticia, Leticia, Lady Leticia, Lady Leticia, it's Lady Leticia, Leticia.
Oh, wait. Sorry.
You would certainly do with a royal or even a former Prince Andrew. Doesn't have to worry about that fate. But the person who should be most worried beyond Andrew about what happened is Donald Trump. And I want to explain why. First of all, the local British police who arrested Andrew did not do what you normally do with a white-collar criminal, what you would certainly do with a royal or even a former royal. You call them up on the phone and say, we need you to come down to the police station. You might even call their lawyers and have the lawyer bring you to the police station. They showed up with 8 carloads of cops and they grabbed him. No warning,
Thank you,
no
Maureen.
notice. They put him in a cell like everybody else. This is a tactic designed to send a signal, not so much to Andrew as to other people, that we've really got something. We know we have him so solid, we're not worried about any blowback. Our case is not going to fall apart. And if you have reason to be concerned about a connection with Epstein, you need to come in now and try to make a deal. Now, in prosecutions like this, the game is that you get someone who's vulnerable and who you can absolutely thoroughly nail. And that's going to bring me to security guards in a moment. And you lean on them for somebody higher up. And of course, what's the biggest fish in the world? It's Donald Trump. Now, the British may not care about getting Donald Trump. We don't know what level is going on here. But these arrests were not made without the king having said no one is above the law regarding his brother, and issuing a statement after the arrest, a very brief statement that ended with the phrase popularized by Elizabeth, who assumed the throne, remember, as a very young woman in 1952. And that's our job is service and duty. So
you make such a good point about the way in which he was brought in. That's and the message that it sends. He took so many pictures. In the Epstein file release, the one clear thing is that they're hanging a lot of stuff on Andrew. And I'm wondering if it's a distraction from sort of what you're suggesting, which is that there are other very powerful people who probably were in every bit as deep as Andrew, and maybe including.
That's why I brought up the security guards.
Okay.
So if you're a security guard, whether it's the U.S. Secret Service or the British Service, your assignment is not to interfere in misconduct by the protectee, as they're called. So if your assignment is the grandchild of President Trump and the kid goes to a rave and is using drugs, none of your business. You're not there to enforce the law. You are there to protect. However, people in those jobs, like everybody else in law enforcement, they have to file reports. They have to keep logs where they were and what happened and who was around. And I would say there's an extremely high likelihood that the security details of Andrew, particularly when he was made a government employee as part of a trade mission, which is what the charges are about. They're not about sex trafficking. They're not about child rape. They are about official misconduct by disclosing state secrets connected to trade negotiations, and specifically disclosing them to Jeffrey Epstein. My guess is the security details have already been interviewed. And if you're on those security details and you fudge the entry in a log in order to disguise or hide Prince Andrew being with some 13-year-old girl, government now has leverage over you. One of the things I always tell my students and fellow journalists, never do a single thing that will let anybody get leverage over you, and your life will be a lot better. Nothing may ever happen to you, but nobody can get leverage over you if you don't ever engage in misconduct. So the security people will know who was around him, where he was, when he was. The British authorities may be interested here in national security matters that go beyond this. What other contacts did Andrew have? Who else was he doing business with? Was he like the former ambassador who's doing the same thing, giving Jeffrey Epstein state secrets that Epstein apparently used to profit in the stock market? Is this going to be a threat, a further threat to other people? And that's why I think the way this was done is the Crown prosecutors who had to approve this were sending a message. You think you might be in trouble? You need to come in now. You need to reduce our workload. And if you're good boys and girls and you do that, we will consider, 2 years in prison instead of 20.
You draw the distinction that jumped out at me as well, which is he is being prosecuted not for the misconduct with the 13-year-old, but for the secrets, state secrets that are apparently, it's argued, divulged during his relationship with Epstein.
And that gives a much stronger lever to the Crown prosecutors. First of all, Britain has something called the Official Secrets Act. And under the Official Secrets Act, some of Andrew's conduct may fall. That would absolutely, if they think it falls under that, explain the tough tactics that they applied in arresting him. But you get a lot more leverage when you say national security than when you say child rape. It's just the way the law is. And by the way, let me clarify that in the case of Andrew, I don't think he's been accused yet anyway of 13-year-olds. I think Ms. Guthrie was, when she says she was raped by him, she would have been 16, I believe, under the age of consent, although Meghn Kelly would approve.
Right.
A lot of people are very nervous about all of this today. From the point of view of American citizens, this is going to weaken and lead to challenges about the cover-up that's being run. And earlier this week, the New York Daily News, which I write for occasionally on the opinion pages, said exactly what you've heard me say on the show for years, Mark, that this is not a presidency, this is a criminal organization that's in control of the White House. And they came flat out and said it, and I don't think they'll be the last ones to say it. Finally, we're beginning to get some mainstream news media to step back from, oh, well, it's just politics in a different sort of unusual way, to recognize we have a con man, white-collar criminal. And
the sane washing is what you're talking about, and it's you're starting to see that kind of ebb, you're saying. There's less
well,
and
and
less
also
of it.
just flat out saying these are criminals, these people.
Sure.
Pam Bondi, the rest of them, they're engaged in criminal conduct. So some likely things will happen. Andrew's defense may at some point try to obtain Epstein files. They're going to want to know what Epstein files the British government has. It may well have files of its own. If they want files that the Trump administration has, is the Trump administration going to honor our obligations to cooperate in law enforcement? I don't think they will, but it'll be an issue. Remember that the Norwegians have charged their former prime minister, their functional equivalent of Donald Trump, with gross corruption for his dealings with Jeffrey Epstein. Financial dealings, not child rape, financial dealings. But lots of other people who were around the former Prince Andrew really need to be very worried right now about what is up for them. And we don't know what British intelligence may have that they're not sharing in these matters, but you can be sure that every lever the Crown prosecutors can bring, they will. They would not have done this, and they would not have done it the way they did it unless they intend to have a big rack deer on the shelf. They're not interested in having a little mouse on their desks in a plastic case. They are looking for big game.
The British were always out in front on this, weren't they, David? Like when they stripped him of his title, it seemed as though they were clearly, as a result of their investigations, privy to stuff that had yet to sort of break here in America the way it has now.
Well, I think what most likely happened there is, and years from now people will start talking about this, is a high likelihood that Keir Starmer, the prime minister, or someone else told the king, who they report to regularly, he's the head of state, what was going on. And if not, Charles, whatever you may think of him, he's not stupid. He's a very sophisticated man. Somebody told him, maybe even his brother told him, if they want to prosecute me, they've got me. So he was kicked out of the royal family as a preemptive move. In the same way that you get a police officer gets arrested for murdering somebody for profit, the first thing the cops do is fire them so that it will always say former police officer. That's a self-protective move. I don't think there's any objection to that. That's what you should.
See what they did? They kicked him out of the royal fold immediately when they found out that he was doing this stuff.
You should separate yourself. And his statement
That's
today,
what they were doing.
The king's statement, or I guess technically it was the monarchy's statement, it doesn't offer a single word of sympathy or support for Andrew. They have just left him out to dry.
Well, as I was saying, there's so many compromising photographs. I mean, it's like you could just, you can see it.
Yeah.
And,
in his case, we have a bunch of photographs that per se don't indicate anything that's a crime, but they sure smell.
Ex-Prince Andrew, I have to read this, I'm sorry, it's hard on my screen, arrested on his birthday. Trump tweeting witch hunt while dodging the same Epstein spotlight.
Wow,
Royals fall, billionaires stall is what Wes in Florida is saying. Yeah.
Mark, what can Donald do at this point? He has made his line in the sand. Originally, I'm going to make everything public, I'll do that. And then he backs up and says, well, I don't want to embarrass my friends. Now his position is it's all a hoax, it's a witch hunt, it never happened. There are people stupid enough in America to believe that and to go with it and who will justify it. And there are people indeed who will not be offended with what Jamie Raskin said the other day. He went into the FBI facility where we know now that the administration was capturing all your keystrokes so they would know what you looked at, which is totally improper. But apart from that, he said that he found girls as young as 10 and a mention of a girl who's 9. Remember Meghn Kelly, the Fox News host? Well, I'm not approving this, but come on, these girls were like 15. This isn't like they were 5-year-olds or 10-year-olds. Well, now we know there are 9 and 10-year-olds. I'm waiting to see if Meghn Kelly and her other smug friends who defend Trump at every turn start to change their tune. And of course, down the road.
First of all, why would she even defend that? That's why we don't watch Meghn Kelly that much, because she excused Donald Trump of sleeping with a 14 or a 15-year-old, making it be okay and saying they were of age. That came from Meghn Kelly. That's what he just brought up.
If we get evidence not just smoke and suspicion, but solid evidence that Donald Trump was raping girls as young as 12 and 13, getting hand jobs from them and hit one in the face because he wasn't satisfied with the oral sex that she gave him. There are going to be people who will say, well, I was always against this. You know, I mean, nobody listened to me, but I was, you know, it's just like everybody in the world says that they said in the fall of 1963 that they voted for John F. Kennedy, who barely won the election. You're going to see a lot of this revisionist history. At the same time, there's a danger out here. I've already gotten today 2 fake images.
Is that
very well done? Because, you know, at the moment, I would argue that in terms of fake imagery and fake videos, we're sort of in the Model T Ford stage. But we're going to quickly advance to the Tesla stage, and it'll be harder and harder to do that. And the picture you have up on the screen right now, I think, is very revealing. There's Donald with Melania early in her plastic surgery career, and there's Andrew on the right, and Epstein in the background, and Ghislaine Maxwell and an unidentified woman in a white, almost strapless dress. Not quite spaghetti strap sort of dress. And so there's no getting out of the relationship here.
Right.
And Andrew, one of the things I got asked several times by overseas TV today was, well, would Andrew really talk about other people? Yeah, he's going to rat out people. The reason he got arrested the way he did in part was they put him, like everybody else, in a plain jail cell before they put him under caution. That's the British version of the Miranda. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. And they did that to make clear to him that you have any prospect of not going to prison. It's dependent on you giving up everybody we ask about, being absolutely scrupulously honest, and we may still charge you with child rape.
And what's interesting about this, I think, and distinguishes it immensely from what would happen here, is that it's happening in Britain. So the control that Trump has over it and the Trump functionaries may be a bit more limited.
Yeah, I probably won't live long enough to see this, Mark, because I suspect this is 25 years out in the future, and I'd have to live to over 100. But someday we'll probably find out that today there were phone calls placed by Trump minions to try and pressure British intelligence, that this would damage intelligence interests of the United States and Britain.
And the relationship between the two countries, probably.
And yes, and that this would cause economic and other harm. Maybe we'll get lucky and it'll come out long before then, but just knowing how these things work, that's highly likely to happen. So going forward here, you're not going to hear a lot of news in the near future because of the way the British law works on privacy. Eventually everything has to come out, but not right here. The next big thing to look for is when and if Andrew is allowed to go home. If he's not allowed to go home, even if this isn't in the public record, it suggests they think he's a flight risk. And I don't know where he'd go and somebody would protect him, but if they think he's a flight risk, they can hold him. Normally they can only hold you for 96 hours. That's 4 days, not calendar days, but by the clock. And after, I think it's 48 hours, British police have to get some approval from higher up to keep holding you. And not greatly unlike our system, except we're most jurisdictions 72 hours. And it will be the effort to get documents. Maybe we will see the Andrew's lawyers try to get material from the estate of Donald Trump, because the estate of Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah. Epstein. When a search warrant is executed and things are taken from your home or your business, the authorities have to give you a detailed inventory, and they then must return everything they don't need that isn't contraband, or give you a certified copy. Well, if you have drugs, you're not going to get those back. One of the developments we're going to see before long is the administration will say, we can't show you the videos and the audios because there are ones that show grown men with girls below the age of consent, and to merely look at those images is to commit a felony, a 10-year felony. Now, law enforcement is obviously exempt from that. They have to be. You can't prosecute a case. You can do some redaction to show to a jury, but if you're going to try somebody for that, you're going to have to show the evidence to the jury. But Congress oversees the president. We talk about them as co-equal branches, but Congress makes the rules, Congress appropriates the money, Congress passes the laws, and the executive's position is to essentially be the errand boy of Congress. We've allowed presidents more and more and more power, but at the end of the day, the Constitution is very clear. The president is the commander-in-chief of the military and the errand boy of Congress. And if they try to pull that, to say, as I anticipate they will, we can't ever release these, that's contraband. That's where Congress, once the Democrats are in control, can step right in. Among other things, if they want to be super safe, they can pass a law saying for any member of Congress to view these pictures is deemed not to be a violation of law.
I see, yeah.
And fix that. So a lot's about to happen. This is like you're looking at a big dam, and there's a little stream of water coming out below the water line. Eventually that dam's going to collapse if that happens and they don't patch it.
So they released him from the police station based on what Albert just flashed up the headline.
They
I
have
guess.
released him. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
So Andrew Pickford leaving police station following arrest on suspicion of misconduct in public office. So
I can't imagine where he'd run. So I'm not surprised they released him then, because he'd only hold him as a flight risk. There will be a lot more conversations with this, and no way did Crown prosecutors approve this without total, complete confidence that they had him dead in the water.
Sure. David, I'm seeing this in the chat, and I wanted to ask you about it anyway. So let me just quickly ask you about Iran as it relates to Epstein, okay? As it relates to a wag the dog kind of move on the part of the Trump administration. Can you speak to that?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Meaning, is Iran, to the extent that it's a distraction from Epstein, is the likelihood of some military conflict with Iran raised, amplified because of what's going on with Epstein?
Iran is absolutely, first and foremost, a distraction. Now, Prime Minister Netanyahu has been to the U.S. basically every couple of weeks since Trump returned to office, and he is deeply concerned and wants us to be the muscle to go after Iran. Trump has put more ships in the area, but we do not have ground troops to make an assault. Those ships are not full of hundreds of thousands of Marines. And the Iranians have 1 million people who either are active on duty or have been trained as a military. They have battle-hardened. And then eventually, because of the hatred that breeds, especially one had 39 imams, pastors, clerics, rabbis, 39 imams beheaded. Their crime? They publicly prayed for a better government. We're dealing with really vicious people here in terms of their disregard. The problem is we have a president of the United States who has equal disregard.
Coming up.
You met Virginia Roberts, dined with her, danced with her in Tramp. That's how powerful men shut down vulnerable women.
The world is not amused.
Do you expect more shocking emails?
We've only got the tip of the iceberg.
The end of disgraced royal Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's life of entitlement.
I'd like to see the police do the right thing.
That's next on 60 Minutes.
What shame Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has brought upon the royal family. His association with now dead billionaire pedophile Jeffrey Epstein and accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell was clearly beyond the pale. But even worse, blinded by his own arrogance, he thought he could lie his way out of damning accusations made by Virginia Giuffre that she was sex trafficked to him when she was just 17. In the end, the damage Andrew was inflicting on the monarchy was so...
Okay, we're going to watch this next week, okay? All right, guys. So let's say goodbye. Love you guys. Have a great Sunday. I'm going to go get something to eat. Love you. Bye-bye.